Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? Oh, come on. How are you today? There we go. You'll get used to me. My name's Emma. I'm the energetic MC, the one that likes to get you jumping around, get you caffeinated, and keep the energy live in the room. I hope you've had a great start to this morning and geared up to learn about everything that's new in the world of marketing and advertising. As I said, my name is Emma. It's a pleasure to be your host over the next 3 days. And I'm going to take this opportunity to welcome you to the Dubai 2022 edition of the much-awaited Marketing 2.0 conference. Our objective is to revolutionize the way we network and learn in the marketing and advertising world. With remarkable sessions that are going to be brought to you by award-winning speakers, everyone present over the next 3 days is going to get to discover effective marketing strategies, data-driven consumer insights, lead generation tactics, and ad trends that will shape the industry for years to come. We'll also be posting live updates and stories on our socials, so if you're doing that, please hashtag us, hashtag marketing2conf, and if you could use it throughout the day for any stories or tweets you upload, that would be fantastic. Just before we start, a couple of technical things for you, because I host a lot of these conferences, and this is all about marketing and branding and advertising and awareness. And obviously, when you're up here on the stage, you're kind of representing brand you, so I want to get you to get the best out of you up here. So choose your microphone wisely. The podium mics can be a bit poppy. That's what happens with those. It's also a little bit tinny. Can be a little bit tinny in the house PA system. We have a lot of people that like to grab the podium mic. It's not a snake doing crazy stuff. We just set it and leave it. And we don't need to get right up close to it either, because that happens. It's terrible. So that's your podium mic. If you're using this, we just set it. But of course, then you're stuck here and you can't move. So if you're a mover and a shaker, we will hand over to a handheld mic. I like handheld mics better. You can hear they're a little bit bassier, a little bit better in the midtones as well. And it means you can move around the stage a lot. But also, I saw yesterday, there were people that struggle with a handheld. They tend to bring it down here and lose it, and then you can't hear what they're saying at all. So bear in mind, handheld mics should be about a hand width from your face if you are using that. If you have a very loud voice, you don't need to bring it right up close, because otherwise it causes these guys problems, and they have to ride the faders. I'm not going to give you the technical term. It's rude. Use your imagination on that one. But yes, so just pick your microphone wisely. Those are the two options we have for you today. In other conferences, you might find a lapel mic. They're not my microphone of choice, because they can be a little bit tinny and struggling to pick up the sound. My microphone of choice when I'm hosting is what we call the Britney Spears, the headset mic. It's brilliant, hands-free. You can wander around and do all sorts of stuff. It's crazy. So yeah, just a couple of technicalities when you're using microphones, because we want to be able to hear you all and see you doing your thing up here on the stage. So that's fantastic. Guys, can I have my clicker, please, for the... There we go. Thank you. So that's enough nonsense from me and just helping you out here up on the stage. So let's get the ball rolling with the very first session of the day, which presents interesting insights on the topic, how to create the perfect digital customer avatar. And to take us through this topic and the basics of crafting digital customer avatars, we have with us Fabio Gallerani. He is CEO of Marketing Genius Trading Institution. Please welcome Fabio to the stage. Hi, Fabio. Oh, come on, guys. I want some energy in this room. Fabio, do you want this one or this one?
Thank you. Okay, marketers. How many of you would like to increase their sales? Come on, don't be shy. I'm gonna wake you up whole. How many of you would like to keep their customer forever? Raise your hand. Okay, so stand up, guys. Stand up. Please stand up. We are marketers, right? We excite people, right? Do you agree? Yes or yes? I don't hear you. Yes or yes? Yes. All right, marketers. So please turn on your right and tell the person next to you, you're going to increase your sales. Let's do it. And then turn to your left and tell the marketer next to you, you're going to increase your sales. All right, let's give yourself a round of applause and let's bring the energy up. Okay, my name is Fabio Gallerani. I'm going to be your opening speaker of the conference. And are we ready for the presentation? Are you guys ready? Yes. Perfect. So let's start. Okay. So the topic of today is how to create the best digital marketing avatar. But who cares? You want to make more money, right? This is the target. So I'm going to increase your sales with the best digital marketing avatar. So what's in it for you? How to craft an avatar that represents your mission, because you don't want to have customers that just sell products or services. They want to be on a mission. Why crafting the perfect avatar is vital for your business from day one, and discover how to retain your clients via neuromarketing principles. So why should you listen to me? To discover how important it is to craft the right avatar from day one, and to discover how you can create a movement of loyal customers, not just some loyal customers, and to discover how this movement can make your business last forever. You know, all the major brands do this every day. So how can you use this for your agency clients? How many of you as a marketing agency here? Please raise your hand. Okay. So you want to keep your customer forever because they are on a retainer, right? Perfect. So for your own company, creating a movement instead of a client base, they want to stay with you until you fulfill your vision. And for your career legacy, to be recognized as a leader of a movement. Okay? So who am I and why should you listen to me? Well, in the last 6 years, I've been a best-selling author of a book with the name of my customer avatar. So we sold thousands of copies around the world. I'm a digital entrepreneur, so I teach what I do. They call me a mentor because normally mentors teach what they do, right? There are 3 kinds of teachers. Teachers, consultants, that they teach you what they never did, and mentors. And then I'm a global educator. I'm very passionate to educate people on digital marketing, because if the customer don't understand marketing, are they going to have a result? No, right? They're not going to have a result. So my story, I mean, I wasn't always a bright entrepreneur. This was me in the engineering faculty in 2009. I decided to break away. I went to accept a job in Disney World in Florida. How many of you have been to Disney World? Is it the happiest place on earth, right? It doesn't look like that. But doesn't matter because, yeah, the dreams come true in Disney because I met my business partner, Matteo, and my wife, Lucia, that are here in the front seat. And so we started to be self-made entrepreneur in the digital space without a mentor. So this is the picture that resumed these 5 years, struggling. Yeah, I'm living the life, man. No money. Yeah. Have you feel that feeling at the beginning of your career? How many of you tried to make money through digital strategies, making no money at the beginning of the career? Please raise your hand. Doesn't feel so good, right? But then we decided to find a mentor, and then we applied digital marketing strategies, launched several e-commerce. Then from our house basement, yeah, this is our house basement. It's not a garage, so this is a new story. House basement is the next level of the garage. At least is even underground. And so we launched Marketing Genius, which is a training institution which aims to give people knowledge of digital marketing strategies so entrepreneurs can apply what we tell them to do, right? Because when we tell entrepreneurs to do something, they don't do what we tell them to do. Most of the time, because they don't believe it, you know. But, we made several thousand of customers, and then we created a manifesto. Who of you believe in a manifesto? Raise your hand. No, nobody. Are you serious? So a manifesto is right. It's not the right thing to do, because 76.4% of the students started the course and did not finish it, right? Because the manifesto wasn't the solution for a company. So many of you say, yeah, create a manifesto, a movement about your company. Nobody cares about your company. They care about themselves. So your customer buy your product or service because they relate on your existing customer. They relate on your existing customer. So the conclusion is the way you identify your customer, the avatar, is more important to other customers than to your need to target the right audience. So the way they relate between each other, especially in the digital space, and Corona just increased the speed of people being alone. They don't want to feel alone, even if they buy a toothbrush. Yeah. Why there is, for example, this brand, which is a toothpaste, Sensodyne. You buy Sensodyne if you feel higher status, right? Who agrees with that? Nobody use Sensodyne? Okay, you use all Colgate and all these brands. Perfect. So the idea was to give our avatar a wristband to identify with other people. And we call people all-inners. We're going to see now who are these people. But basically, the all-inners are people that want more from their life, from their career. They don't have a plan B. Okay, so these people relate to each other, and this strategy is effective only if the leader of the digital company is an all-inner itself. So this is me and Matteo, from cleaning a silverware in the backside to become a digital entrepreneur, multi-millionaire digital entrepreneurs. Okay? Who of you experienced this same transformation in your career? Did you start it from scratch and then, right? How does it feel? Feels good, right? Anybody else? How does it feel? Good, because if you start with money or with resources, it doesn't feel as good as getting your professional comeback. They say the self-made people have one fear: to come back to where they come from. Do you have the same fear? Yeah, not today, but we push, we push. So in this case, our avatar was like us. They are self-made people that use digital strategies to create a great revenge, a professional comeback. So we founded the brand and we registered the brand. We call it the Avatar brand. Write it down. The Avatar what? The Avatar what? All right. How many of you has an Avatar brand? Or created an Avatar brand for the customer? Nobody? Is this revolutionary or somebody already did that? Did you do that? For your customer? Okay. But it's not a brand. You didn't trademark it, right? Okay. So pay attention, because the next slide may be a good improvement on what you do when you create the avatar for your customer. Okay. So we branded everything around the company. We don't talk anymore about the company, which is Marketing Genius. I'm the founder and CEO of Marketing Genius. But you see, the conference is not called Marketing Genius Conference, it's called the All-Inners Conference, because we aggregate the avatar, in one place, so they can relate to each other. So suddenly the product doesn't make sense anymore, right? You don't have to sell the product. The product is a consequence of the avatar willing to solve their problem, which is using digital marketing strategies to get a professional comeback. Okay? Are you with me? Yeah. Perfect. Excellent. So yeah, this is another All-Inners Conference, 2019, and this is my first time back on a stage after 3 years of what. So it feels good. But it felt so good to be, with the All-Inners on that stage, because these people, they wanted a professional comeback. They got it through the product, but even in this conference, we don't talk about the product. The product is a consequence, no? Perfect. So we created a movement called Movimento All-Inners, which is a worldwide movement. We have a book. Give me the book, Thomas. I mean, this is not promotional because this is already sold thousands of people, but it's a proof. The book talks about the avatar, right? Thomas, come to the stage. So Thomas, for example, is an all-inner. This is not like a video guy. This guy came to the first conference and slept in a tent, right, Thomas? So imagine, he was a good video maker, but nobody was giving him any chance, right? So suddenly, I see him in the last row of a conference, and I ask him, who are you? I'm Thomas. Where are you from? Rome. Why are you here? I want a professional comeback. I'm an all-inner. He said that. I didn't say that. And then he embodies this avatar. This is the avatar. He is a human being. This is the avatar. Is it an inspiring story? Yes or yes? How many of you had a customer that want a professional comeback? That's a powerful avatar, right? Good. So, what is the secret to create a perfect digital marketing avatar? In marketing, we always say, what is the secret? Yeah, tell me the secret. Click on the ad. Nobody click anymore. I mean, they click, then they don't buy. It's a mess. But if we do it well, the process is no longer to ask the question, you know, what are they thinking all day? What's their problem? What's their issue? Why they're not sleeping at night? Did you hear that question, right? Why? What is the avatar thinking at night? The avatar is sleeping. They don't care about your product. So forget about this. This was working before the pandemic, not now. So discover the specific pain that the avatar is feeling, name it, and give it a clear identity, okay? So contrary to the standard avatar creation where you just target one, you know, they feel you're getting after them like with a gun, you know. They don't like that. Do you like when companies get after you? No? Yeah, the market has changed. You know, with Corona, they don't want you even close to you. They don't want you around. They want to buy when they want to buy. So the only thing that matters is the main pain of the avatar. They mean what? Pain of the avatar, right? Perfect. So the innovation is the avatar brand. And I think it's an innovation because, I mean, I don't think you are shy, you are marketers, right? Nobody ever created and trademarked an avatar brand, right? Can you confirm me that? Anybody? Self-made guys? Did you create an avatar brand? Perfect. So yeah, let's talk about this. So we did a strategic move. 2018, we trademarked all-inners in Europe and in US. US is not our market, but who knows, you know, maybe we go there. I believe there are all-inners everywhere. There are all-inners even in this room. You know why I know that? Because an all-inners answer yes to these two questions. Do you feel like you're worth more, but you haven't managed to prove it yet? Let's say yes if you are an all-inner. Who feel like that? Do you feel like that? Perfect. Do you see people around you achieving their goals and getting better results than you, despite being fully aware that you are worth more than them? Yes or yes? So you are an all-inner. But I cannot tell you that, because I cannot tell you who you are. You cannot tell the avatar who they are, right? So if you name it, you create a brand, you cannot tell somebody who they are. They have to say that. So we created 4 pillars. So when somebody buy our courses, which is the instrument to get their professional comeback, they have to fulfill these 4 pillars. 100% responsibility, no plan B, invest in himself, and help other all-inners. Do you like to help other people like you that want more in life, right? Do you feel fulfillment, right? And many of your clients that go through digital agencies, they want that. They want more, and they want to impact more people, right? So it's very important, this point, because you cannot tell the avatar that is the right avatar. Then you can position your product or service as the solution to the pain and aggregate your avatar in a protected environment. In a what? Protected environment, right. Why protected? Human beings, who knows why protected environment is more important than a powerful environment? Raise your hand if you know the answer. You don't know the answer? Who is a neuromarketing expert here? You know neuromarketing? Are you shy, guys? Okay. So the company brand becomes the safe place. Once you have defined in depth the avatar brand, you must give your tribe a safe place where they feel they are solving their pain forever. I mean, these work very well for consultants, for educators, for people that sell services, even a law firm, they have to brand themselves and possibly define their customer in a unique way if they want to scale, because a customer that go to a law firm want to be protected, by a lawyer. So it's very important that, because then people talk to each other, so they want to belong to a safe place, okay? Who agrees with this sentence? Our social brains light up when they receive a steady accumulation of these almost invisible cues. We are close, we are safe, and we share a future together. You agree with that, right? Who agrees? This is key. This is marketing. This is the only thing you need to know. Because if the customer doesn't feel close and safe and we share a future, why we are not interacting like, I knew that we were not gonna be so close together because you don't know me, right? You don't know me, right? Who knows me? Have you ever seen me before? So it's normal because your brain is telling you, who is this guy? Well, I'm not safe here. We're not close and we don't share a future. So it's normal for you to feel and not participate with me. Because it's also 3 years I don't go on a stage. So I'm vulnerable. Vulnerability is leadership. But it's very important, we are close, we are safe, and we share a future. Because safe, connect, and sharing a future together is the key. Is the key to sell products and services. Not for all the product or services, but for most of the product and services. Perfect. So, Marketing Genius is our company brand. Finally, I talk about the company brand, which, by the way, the logo has a meaning too. Who believes in the power of a logo? Raise your hand. It's very important. So let me explain you these logos. The Marketing Genius logo is not so solid on the left side because when you want a professional transformation and a professional comeback, you have to reinvent yourself. The line you see curving is the horizon. A new you is rising, right? And then the all-inners is even more studied because that A is a plan A. You don't have a plan B. And the parentheses, the clamps on the side, is that you cannot escape. If you decided to have a plan A, there is no plan B, right? Say after me, I don't have a plan B. Let's do it. I don't have a plan B. Let's do it again. Do you have a plan B? Good, so let's do it. I just have a plan A. Perfect. If you don't have a plan A, it's fine. You're not an all-inner. Foster connection within your avatar tribe in a safe and protected environment. So, the client avatar is a human being. Why are you taking picture of yourself in this conference? Because you want to belong. You want to increase your status. Why am I dressing like this? Well, I don't know. You tell me, you're marketers. Because I feel better when I dress like this, right? Because my status increase and I feel better. Doesn't matter what the other people think. It matters how you think. Because it's always about energy, right? So once you have effectively created a client avatar, you want to keep them connected in the vast digital space. They are alone. People are alone. They feel alone. So they want to connect. That's why we created the All-Inners Party. The All-Inners Party. I don't do the All-Inners Party. Why? Because I'm the founder of the movement. If I appear in the All-Inners Party, it's my show. It's their show. They have to be connected. I don't have to be in the middle. Sometimes, influencers and, public figures, we sold 39,000 courses in 6 years. We made millions. So there are a lot of people, but they don't care about us. And that's a realization you have to make with your clients, which have a big ego. They say, yeah, my product is incredible, everybody cares about me. Nobody cares about it. And that's very tough, pills to swallow, right? When you understand, nobody cares about you, even in this conference. This is just the truth. But does it matter? No, because we are safe, we are close, and we're gonna believe we have a future together, because who is gonna dominate the marketing space in the future is people that understand this concept. And if you are here in this room, it means you want to innovate, right? Let's say together, innovate. And number 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Innovation brings a lot of money, right? Perfect. So the avatar, the takeaways. An avatar is a brand that identifies a specific type of people. Make the avatar tribe to connect in a safe environment and support them to do that. It's called collisions. Collisions. It's not connections. People have to collide. Who knows the difference between connection and collision? Let's see. Anybody? Do you know that? Collision and connection? Back there. Connection is something that is planned. This is a connection event. We plan to connect. Collision is spontaneous. Okay? Make sense? Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So, yeah, well, I forgot the other two. Make the avatar try to connect in a safe environment, support them to do so, enjoy the success of your avatar, and share their stories. So, yeah, the perfect avatar is not just an idea. An avatar is a human being that have to take their wallet out of their pocket and pay. Because with no transaction, with no sales, there is no economy. The economy goes on if we make people pay. Right, marketers? Yes or yes? Yeah, let's make people pay. Because it's our duty to help the entrepreneur sell. But selling is easy when the avatar feel like somebody is caring about him or her. So the perfect avatar is a group of human beings striving to share their pain, find support, and win together. I hope you guys enjoy, and we have still 8 minutes for Q&A. Thank you so much. I'm Fabio Gallerani, and I believe an avatar is more important than the product. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Emma, right?
Yeah, it is. I was gonna say, do we have some questions in the audience for Fabio? Anyone want to ask anything?
Yeah, let's pass the mic. Who can pass the mic? Because I know the first question is the hardest. Mic over there. Yeah. Perfect. You are the mic guy.
Yeah.
Okay, you're not the guy that make a question. So, yeah. I think you have questions, right? Or is everything clear?
Everyone's shy. I'll start. Fabio.
It's very weird, right?
I'll just start with one. It was interesting what you were saying about people and their self-worth and not knowing their value.
Yeah.
And we come across a lot here,
Yeah.
particularly in the world of media
Yeah.
and that. And it's a lot of people. And the problem is, in the industry that we're all in, people kind of suffer a lot because they're not getting their self-worth and they don't know how to promote themselves and everything. So, yeah, so what can we do with this?
Well, there are two answers. Either is a market problem or is a character problem. We cannot change people's life. First lesson I learned with thousands of people I serve is, that's why I divide the avatar like this. Hey, do you relate to this? You want a professional come back? Do you feel you don't have a plan B? Are you 100% responsible? I help you. You don't believe you are worth? I cannot help you. I cannot change people's life. So that's the answer. So basically focusing on helping winners with more. That's what we do in marketing. Because even if the entrepreneurs come to you and say, I have a brilliant idea. Yeah, sell it. Make me rich. Did you experience this sometimes? So they come to you and say, it's your fault if we don't sell. It's not your fault. It's not your responsibility. It's entrepreneur responsibility, first to understand what you do, and then to win together. That's it. So I don't think self-worth issues are solvable by motivating people. It's a fire that have to spark from within. It's impossible. For example, I see many all-inners and self-made people came out from big struggle in their past. So
you see that a lot, and I've seen, I see a lot of people online, there's quite a few people that I follow, and you find these people as you say, their passion and their drive has come out from them starting with nothing, having that, or they've had things,
Exactly.
and they've lost it all, so
Yeah.
they've had to start it again.
Yeah.
And there's a common theme with a lot of them. They surround themselves with like-minded people,
Exactly.
and they bring themselves up.
Exactly.
They don't surround themselves, for want of a better word, with people that don't have the same visions and the same drive.
Exactly. That's key. So that's one of the rule that we describe in the book All Inners, which is also in English. Because the reason why we went so worldwide, even if our market is in Italy, so the market is in Italy, the avatar is in Italy, I don't care. This is a worldwide avatar. And I know this brand is going to be worth more than my institution one day. Because the customer is out there. They just have to identify with the avatar. And even if they don't buy anything, it feels good to have these people around you. So yeah, that started from me and Matteo. Matteo is here, is my business partner. And we started like that with this feeling. Why the people surrounding us, they don't want anything else in life. They just live, you know. So that's the key, yeah. And also isolation is very important, to isolate yourself, because most people say, but they are bringing me down in the family. Leave. You have to leave your family. And then you save your family. Because I retired my mother with my success 10 years earlier. But that's what you should do with your family.
I know that sounds controversial to a lot of people.
It's
what
very
you've just
controversial.
said, but I've actually seen that said by the majority of these successful, and it comes from the men, and they're like, I will leave my kids and I will go and earn my money and do my stuff because I do this so that they have stuff. I'm doing it to provide for them.
Exactly.
And I don't mind not being there
Exactly,
when they're
because-
growing up. I don't know whether people agree with that or not. It's a bit of a weird one, but
Exactly, because your family may stop you, but they care about you. Your friends may stop you because they don't want you to be left behind. So change friends, because you are the average of the 5 people you surround with. I experience it.
can we
myself.
do that as women? Can we go, you look after the kids, we'll go off and we'll turn the tables.
What is that?
I said, can we flip that so that us ladies go off and do what we want to do and leave the kids with you guys and you raise them and we'll go and do our
Yeah,
thing?
sure, Matt. I think women are the future. Do you believe that, women? Yeah, let's say yes, loud. Okay. You don't speak. Why you don't speak? You are a great woman. Joking, sorry. I don't want to hurt you. So, yeah. Perfect, yeah. So I believe women are the even more impressive than men when they realize, their dreams, because they have many things to do, but their brain, in a neuromarketing concept, is able to do that. So we guys, we just point the target and destroy. Women are able to do many things together.
We're the multitaskers.
Exactly, but it's all about the brain and how it functions. So yeah, you should communicate differently with women and men. So on Saturdays, we have what we call the tea of the all-inners women. So they collide together without men. They don't want men around because they don't understand them, We don't understand women.
That sounds like a plan. Where do I sign up for that one? I
Okay.
totally agree. Anyway, does anyone want to ask something in the audience? Or I could have
Well,
just-
first of all, I appreciate you all, guys. I know we don't know each other, so, it's fine if some of you didn't interact. But I believe that if you follow this, you can get a professional comeback and finally burn that plan B and realize who you are for real. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Fabio.
And I hope to connect with you. Bye.
You can bend your ear during
Thank you,
the
Emma.
coffee
Thank
break.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I take the book. Thank you.
Amazing stuff. Great start to the morning. Love that. Now, moving on, we're going to be talking about blockchain. Blockchain is a really interesting thing. It's into every industry at the moment. It is the buzzword at the moment. It provides exceptional security and transparency during monetary and data transactions. But does it actually have the potential to help digital marketing professionals? Well, that's what we're going to find out from our next speaker. Please welcome Pratik Dwivedi, and he's the founder and CEO of FireChain. Pratik, would you like to come up? Fabio, did you take the clicker with you? Thank you. Pass it on.
I will pass it on.
Do you want a handheld or the podium?
Yeah,
There you
handheld.
go. Okay, there you go.
Well, thanks for that fire chain. I loved it. Well, I haven't made these slides. My team has, so I'm just going to be looking over them. Who has run a campaign here before? A marketing campaign on Google, Facebook, yada, yada, yada. Oh, all of us have. Fabio as well, thanks. Let's talk about this because this is important and no one's talking about it. A little bit of my background, I've been a marketer, I've been content marketer, internet marketer, digital marketer for a long, long time. I started my first marketing campaign when I was 16, and I'm pretty old, so it was a long, long time ago. Now, an interesting anecdote, when everyone was talking about digital marketing and e-commerce wasn't there, somebody told me that you should get products from Alibaba, from China, and start selling it on Google. And I was like, what are you talking about? No one's going to buy Alibaba products on Google. Mistake. So here we are with the e-commerce industry so massive right now, and all was fueled by products from China. So imagine that, get it on steroids, multiplied by 1 billion, that is blockchain in digital marketing. So FIRE, or 5 IRE, or Fifth Industrial Revolution, as we call it, is a concept that we've been promoting for a long, long time with the United Nations and so on, that we worked personally with. What we talk about is bringing sustainability into blockchain, because it's been a huge, huge issue. So what we do is that we have inculcated sustainability in the consensus. How blockchain works is through consensus, and I'm not going to go into details because I'm not the technical guy. But let's say that sustainability is included in the core of the blockchain. I'm going to run through it because it's not important for you to understand FIRE right now. It's important for you to understand how blockchain is going to change things. That's my pretty face right there. I don't know why I look fat in that picture, but that's just how it is. As I said, I've been working quite for a long time in the internet marketing space. I designed the consensus for FIRE, and basically promote healthy living and so on and so forth. Now, let's get to the point. What do you think are the problems in the internet marketing industry right now? What's your biggest pain point? Fabio, what's the pain point? What's the problem? Yeah.
Like lead cost 100 times more than 3 years ago.
So increasing costs. And why do you think those costs are increasing? That's a good question. Okay. Could be lack of transparency, could be more competition, could be more and more people coming in, right? All right. What else are the problems? Anybody? Let's not be shy. I'll come to you. What are the problems? Security is an issue. So basically your data is not safe. My data is not safe. And I care about my data. As Fabio was saying, like, people don't care about you. People care about themselves, and that's a great thing. Because that's a barrier to entry. If you can connect with people's desires, it's called Life Force 8. If you're talking about it, it's basically like those 8 desires that people have, that if you can tap into, you can be close to them. Now, people care about the data, and we don't as marketers. Facebook goes to a lawsuit because they sell their data. Blockchain is going to solve that as well. Now, read these numbers. I'm not going to go over them. There's a market is billions of dollars and so on and so forth. This is important. Blockchain has been changing almost every aspect of digital marketing, not just digital marketing, but life. Yesterday I was talking here and people were talking about how to get blockchain and what FireChain is doing. A few years ago I was talking to my grandmom, and she was on the computer typing on Google looking for a tailor. And she wrote the sentence, I still remember, in grammatically correct English. Can you please tell me where can I find a tailor in Dubai or whatever city it was? And I was like, Grandmom, you don't have to type a fully grammatically correct sentence on Google. That's not how it works. And she says, but we have to be polite to the people on the other side who are responding to us, don't we? So she actually thought there's a person on the other side of Google who's responding to us, to all our queries. And I was like, that's so cute. But why? Why is my grandmom using Google? Because the technology is running in the background, not in the foreground. And that's where FIRE is changing blockchain. We're making sure that it's easy enough for everybody to use it. So who understands crazy hexadecimal addresses in blockchain? Have you used it? Who gets confused by blockchain? I'm the founder of a blockchain company. Confusing, right? It's crazy. So with FIRE, you'll be able to send crypto to phone numbers, just like Revolut. You'll be able to send, let's say there's an address called fabio.fire. That address is a domain name, and you'll be able to send all your crypto there. You'll be able to store everything or NFTs, and nobody can ban you because it's a decentralized Web3 domain. You know how the talk of draconian countries, starting with C sometimes, banning all the blockchain applications, banning MetaMask? This is us giving financial freedom to everybody, or increasing adoption, because 1 billion people are unbanked. They don't have access to DeFi, they don't have access to marketing, nothing. All they have is phone numbers. And once they get to blockchain, once they have, they own their own assets, they get access to loans, to credit, to everything else, to DeFi through that. So that's another anecdote there. Now, I don't know why they put exit intent there. I'm pretty sure everybody knows exit intent here because you're all marketers. Blockchain marketing, if you see the keyword searches, they're increasing. I mean, not important. This is I think this is a figure. This is important. I was actually verifying this with my team. 40% of businesses have already been using some sort of, this is online businesses, already using some element of blockchain in the business, which is mind-blowing. Because I thought the adoption is stuck at somewhere from 1 to 5%. So this figure was absolutely astonishing to me. 38% of the businesses in the US, again, online businesses, have some sort of tokens. They might have like $200 worth of Ethereum, but collectively, they're all coming in. And there was 81% growth of cryptocurrency installs, and it's going to go further and further and further once FIRE comes in for sure. And of course, the market rabbit hit $2 trillion, and it's just down because of the bear market right now. Now, why do we need this? As he said, the cost is increasing. Nobody knows why. The security is an issue. People I don't know what's happening to my data. Also, when I sell something, I used to own quite a big online e-commerce store where I used to get things from China. What was shown versus what was sent to me in my warehouse was massively different. And the supply chain is so long, I have no idea who did this. So that accountability of supply chain is also something that's going to be super interesting, because blockchain is an immutable ledger, so you can make sure when the failure happens. So we'll look at that as well. Now, some applications, and we'll go into detail. Buying and selling of ads without an intermediary. Imagine not paying your 5% or 10% to Google. Transparency in supply chain, already spoke about it. Selecting a specific niche. We'll talk about this as well. It's a bit more complex. Customized advertisement delivery. So this has been happening where you basically, right now you deliver ads based on people's behavior. You'll be able to deliver ad based on people's choices when they willingly give you their data and get paid for it, which is a way stronger lead. Ads on social media. Data security, as we spoke. It's a cornerstone. Security is a cornerstone of blockchain. We'll talk later as well. Automation, content management, data control, and ad automation. Let's go to the first one. Buying and selling of ads without an intermediary. So what's going to happen is all these self-serve platform that all the, I remember in 2000, 8, 7, 6. I was just going to, okay, I was doing some dubious advertising, so I'm not going to tell you where I was going. But I was going to these websites and placing banners of them, and I was directly able to buy placements on them. And the ROI was insanely good. You can't do that anymore. All the ad space has been hogged by these giants. These giants like Google, I mean, you can't really compete, can you? So once blockchain comes in, there would be no need for an intermediary like that. Everything will happen to and from blockchain automatically. And you will see an instant increase in ROI because the middleman is cut out. As you said, the tech industry problem will be removed with accountability, creating a trusted environment and transparency, because you don't have that middleman. Supply chain. This is super, super important. Not just what's written in the slide, because fake impressions, fake clicks, overestimating the ad budgets, all of this is a big, big thing. But being able to understand where the failure occurred is very, very important to us as marketers. Because some of us are affiliate marketers, we don't really care, we sell for somebody else. But I actually very strongly believe, and my career in marketing took a new light when I was able to build my own brands, when I was able to build my own products, and people actually liked those products. And it hurt me every time somebody said that the product was not up to the standard. So what blockchain does is that it tokenizes the entire supply chain and brings it on chain. And since it's immutable, not immutable, it cannot be changed. It's non-mutable. Whenever there's a failure, you can track exactly the point where the failure occurred. And because you can do that, you'll be able to go back to your warehouse manager, let's say in China, and be like, why was this product not up to the standards? And they'll have to give you an answer. And this doesn't happen for just the supply chain. This happens for every single part of the entire management, from you ordering something to then it getting delivered to the end customer. So that transparency is going to come in really handy. Of course, we'll be able to identify bots and bot traffic, because again, with media buying, major issue. I mean, how many of you guys run native ads? Yeah, I mean, I saw you nodding. So I mean, native ads is basically like bot traffic mixed with some real people. And it takes years to find those real people. So all those things, why? Why do you have all those bots? Because there's no accountability. They can have as many bots as they want if you don't have technology to detect it. But now every single click has a signature in history where anybody can go and see it 50 years later. Imagine what this is going to do to bot traffic. So I have amazing aspirations because I've been dealing with bot traffic for a long time. So this is an amazing use case there. Selecting a specific niche because users are putting in their own data. So this was something that, are you guys aware of, what was this, Brave browser? Has anyone used it? Yeah, have you? So Brave browser, what it does is it has a very interesting policy on ad placements. What they do is they don't collect any of your data. They pay you for clicking on ads. So when you click on interesting ads, you also generate revenue because there's a revenue share model. But more interestingly, that is the only data that's sent because you're consenting. So you're not shown any irrelevant ads. You're only shown the ads that you keep on clicking on things that you're interested in, and they keep on getting data on what you're interested in. So it's very laser targeted. So all of that is happening on blockchain because they're able to collect that data and then put it on the blockchain and then put it together. Now, that's how it will help a lot into selecting a specific niche because you'll be able to collect data from the user itself, not from the company. Advertisement delivery. Again, it's a very similar point. Ad fatigue and brand fatigue, right? I know exactly where not to see on a website because I know where the ads are. I know where the banners are. I mean, if I'm not using an ad blocker, that is. So, kind of a problem, right? That's why your CTRs, what is a CTR? If you get a 5% CTR on Google AdWords, you are the king of the world, aren't you? But those kind of CTRs are not unheard of in the blockchain space, because what's happening is that you're distributing ads on top of advertising channels. So first of all, there's more intent. People are really interested and getting paid for the ads that they're watching. But also there's this kind of a paywall where most of the blockchain ads are in between things that they want to see. One of the companies that my portfolio companies is this Play to Earn company, where actually Watch to Earn, which is a further step ahead, where these streamers are watching these FIFA gamers playing FIFA, and in between when the half time's there, they just get an ad, and they get paid to serve to watch that ad, and also the company pays the advertiser. So it's a win-win situation. So it's changing the game. Can you do that? How will you do that in Google AdWords? And how will you generate enough interest? So that's how the game's being changed. Advertisement on social media. Now, fake news, fake news, fake news. I mean, I'm not going to go into the Trumps of the world and the Bidens of the world and so on and so forth, because everything has a side. But there is no accountability of news, is it? I mean, who's right? Is it Russia right, or Ukraine right, or both are right? There's no nuance. There's no nuance at all. It's because, again, there is no accountability. There's no one solution that can track and trace where these things originated from, and that's what blockchain does really, really well, because it'll be able to track a source of all of this. And because, again, you can't change anything, you'll be able to pinpoint who is spreading this misinformation. Data security, as he said, I mean, you don't have to be a genius to understand that blockchain is very helpful in data security, because there's no single point of failure. First of all, even like I work very closely with companies like IBM and so on. There's some dude who has the keys of a server in a location in the world. One point of failure. Imagine, they provide servers to everybody. One point of failure. But how blockchain works is that I'm the server, you're the server, she's a server, she's a server, he's a server. Everybody is a node. So you have to practically attack all of us together and make sure that we're able to take over 50%, 51% of more. So it becomes very, very difficult for people with malicious intent to make sure that they're able to do this successfully. So data is very secure. And of course, this is a redundant point. We don't need third-party advertisement validation, because we don't need Google anymore, as I said. Better keyword data. The keyword data, like it's so difficult to keep up with the changing norms of Google, how the keywords behave. With every update, everything is different. Because again, they are collecting data based on the behavior of the user, and the user is getting smarter and smarter. But since now the user is paid again to give out the data, you'll be able to have better data, because again, it is more targeted. Content is the king. If you see blockchain social networks, people get paid when their videos are being watched, when their videos are being clicked on. It's the economy in blockchain is a massively shared economy. There's no giants hogging most of the profits. So I upload a video on a version of TikTok, and I don't know, I guess like people like my hair, and I get viral. I make as much money as TikTok does. This is the future of virality, because there is the content creator does not have to wait for advertisements. It does not have to wait for contracts to come and make money. People can just come in and start making the moment they join the platform. And this is already there. So I would implore you to search or look at blockchain social media, because they're amazing. Better quality of leads, again, because leads come from the source. You're hitting as I said, the Live Force 8. They're opting into the information rather than you trying to target them with the keywords. Of course, content management, we've already covered that. More data-driven and reliable because of the same reasons. So we'll quickly move ahead Oh, by the way, I'm also reading the slides with you. I'm not in the business of reading. This is the company made this. All right, not important. Now, blockchain is here to stay, because I'll tell you when I bought my first Bitcoin. Can't tell you the reasons. Just if there's a keyword silk, if you guys understand what that is, you'll understand why. It was kind of dubious, but I bought my first Bitcoin at $7, and I spent like 1,000 Bitcoin trying to buy something from the dark web, let's just say. And then I was silent for 6 months, and then again I had to buy the same stuff. So I was like, the Bitcoin talk starts again. I'm like, what is this Bitcoin? Why do I have to use this? Why can't I use PayPal? And I ended up reading the white paper of Bitcoin. And I remember being absolutely blown away by what it was, what the technology was. I've been talking about it now for 10 years, 8-10 years. And finally, it's getting to a point where everybody's understanding, because it was a long ride. So we can definitely say that blockchain in general is the future, because it solves so much. It solves so many issues and gives the power back to people. We've been powerless for way too long. So as we say, it's technology of the future. There are multiple things that can be done on blockchain. Before ending, I want to say that there is one issue that you guys are going to face if you get into blockchain marketing, that you would not have as much keyword targeting, you would not have as much data points available for you initially, because it gives the power back to people. It's make sure that they only share the data they have to share. But if you're good at what Fabio was saying in the last, if you're good at creating avatars, if you're good at hitting those pain points, there's only a few: enjoyment, survival, sexuality, protection of family, fear. These are some motivators that are the life force 8. I implore you to read the book Advertising. It talks about cashvertising. It talks really well about it. If you're able to do that well, because the barrier to entry is high, the people who will do it well will actually see a massive increase in ROI, because it will finally come to survival of fittest, and you would not see crazy ad costs, because people who don't know what they're doing would not be making enough money as they are right now. It'll be a place where competence works. So I guess that's it. I'll have to see if there's more slides. Yeah, that must be it. The QR code is there. That's my contact. I don't know why would anybody want to email me, but there it is. Instagram is Prateek_fire, which is FIRE. Might respond there. And that's it. I know it's very confusing, and oh no, please carry on. I like applaud. Yeah.
Do we have any questions for Prateek from the audience? There we go. We've got a mic runner in the audience. Guys, can someone give me a mic?
I mean, I can be a rock star and run as well, like AO.
Is it on? Is it on? Here comes Challenge Annika. Put your hand up again. Who was it? There we go.
Exercise for the day. Yeah.
Thank you. So I just wanted to ask if you can give us some example for blockchain social media.
Yeah, there's actually a very interesting question, because one of my old internet marketing friends just raised like $50-60 million for a social media called Chingari. I don't know if you guys have heard it. I think all the brown people in the house, you might have heard it. No? It's very interesting because it works in blockchain. It's on Solana. It's TikTok on blockchain. It's called Chingari, Chingari. It has the token called #Gari. So you could look at it. I also don't want to promote social media of companies that don't probably want to be promoted right now. So we'll take it offline. If you see me, I'll tell you some more. But I'm pretty sure Sumit will be okay, because he's been an old marketing friend of mine. So you can check out Chingari. It's good.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Prateek, how's blockchain marketing different from, or blockchain advertising different from programmatic advertising?
From what?
from programmatic advertising?
From
Programmatic.
programmatic marketing, right? Well, in essence, marketing is marketing. I mean, you can give it any word. I mean, people were marketing way before there was technology in it. So, I think the concepts of marketing are going to apply. The concept of like OEM, everything else is going to apply. It's just that it's going to increase the trust in the system. It's going to make it more transparent. It's going to make it more secure. So it's going to bring its own advantages. But with traditional programmatic marketing, I don't think that the things that drive, the psychological principles that drive, not just programmatic or any other marketing, the principles that drive those things will probably remain absolutely the same as they've been the same for millennia. I mean, we're hunter-gatherers at the end of the day, so you just have to understand the human brain. Yeah, so I don't think technology-wise there's much difference. Yeah, there's improvements.
Hi, hello. Hey Pratik, congrats for a very
Yeah, I can't spot you.
nicely done presentation.
Ah, okay, hey. Oh, man with the great beard. Hello.
Okay, so no, I have a couple of questions here.
Yeah.
But before that, my observation is that when you incentivize people for clicking or watching, I don't think that's solving a problem for marketers because you are necessarily not reaching out to an intent audience there. That's the first observation. But we can discuss this offline also. Second observation is, and maybe a question for you, is see, Google and Facebook are behemoths. They are too large for any organization in the world to challenge. And the kind of AI and technology that they use for fraud detection is also unmatchable. So why is it that we still face this problem of click fraud or ad impressions not matching or inflating? So that's a question to ponder about.
Well, the clue is in the title. They're not good enough. So they have better technology than most of the other companies. But I mean, you must have heard this term, conflict of interest, right? They make more money if they have a bit more of bots and if they can balance it well. I'm not saying Facebook is doing it. I don't want to get sued. I'm not saying Google is doing it. But clearly what they're doing is not good enough. So you can use blockchain with Facebook advertising to make sure that the bots, all the clicks are rightly traced. I'm not saying that this is going to be exclusive or mutually exclusive of what's present in internet marketing, but it's just improvements based on the blockchain technology. So I think one of the main reasons why they're not doing this properly is because they're not using systems that work. And blockchain is a system that works with that tracking because it's immutable and you can see every single click and the history of what happened. Once they start implementing and integrating that, I think you'll see a massive change into bot traffic. But do they want to do it? I mean, yeah. So also, I mean, if you look at, have you worked with affiliate networks before?
You see, I have worked with affiliate networks. I'm also ex-Google.
Yeah.
I have been speaking to Google engineers when I was there.
Yeah.
My observation, and as Bhavesh also asked a question about programmatic, my gut feel is that the real issue is attribution, number one, because your users are coming from different devices and platforms, and they don't handshake well, right? So you're not able to attribute and maybe duplicate your impressions and clicks. That's number one. And number two, because the systems and platforms are differently designed, the measurement also does not matches. So sometimes your codes do not fire enough, do not fire early enough, or do not at all fire, right? And these issues also create a compatibility issue. I think that's where the problem is. You're absolutely bang on. I think that technology at these platforms together is not enough to handshake with each other.
Yes.
Apart from the fraud part. The fraud part is existing. That's another story.
Yeah, well, so we agree that the technology is not good enough. So assuming that blockchain is a technology that is better into solving that, I believe it is. I mean, it's just a matter of, belief. A reason why it's also not good enough because it's just stored in databases on their servers. So I can't see it. I mean, yeah, you can say that and I understand what you're saying. Anybody can spoof, and then you don't know if it is a real click or not. Absolutely, that happens, and maybe it's not right to blame Google because maybe they don't have the know-how. Perfectly fine. But why can't I see it? Maybe I can, like blockchain is a community. As a community, we've solved so many problems. We can solve this one as well. But unless we have transparent with that data, especially with bot data, with the data that I'm paying for, I'm not asking for records of employees. I'm asking for the clicks that I paid for. So just that is, let's just say blockchain doesn't solve anything, but it makes everything, every click that comes through more super transparent. That itself is a huge leap forward into solving this issue. So I think that's, I think it's a very important question since you're ex-Google. I mean, I'm not much of a marketer anymore, but I'll love to discuss what is the issue so that we can talk about how blockchain can solve it.
Any other
Sure.
questions from our audience? Oh, we do have loads. Let's just do one or two, just really, really quick, guys, please, because we're running out of time.
First off, pretty well done on the presentation. I'm also a strong believer in blockchain. In fact,
Welcome to the club.
mainly because it's such a new technology. How do you think we can build trust? Like as a marketing agency, if I were to use blockchain technology, how would I educate my client on how this is better than traditional ways?
Who's your client?
Any business. For instance, if it was a medical grade particular and they do neuro services, how would I say we use marketing through blockchain, and how would that be better than say going through Google, please?
Very interesting question. I think the best way to deal with that is supply chain management. Transparency, like talk about transparency. Everybody wants more transparency. I mean, all these issues that we're talking about right now, let's forget the server cost and the data issues and all of that. Blockchain makes everything super, super transparent. So, I mean, I'm not sure if I exactly got who your client was, so correct me if I'm talking something that's not right. But if it's a pharma company, or from the moment a drug is a very sensitive thing, any single lapse of judgment in the supply chain and you're toying with people's health. So blockchain makes a supply chain super transparent, and it gives it makes sure that everybody has responsibility because it can be traced back. So that's how you can, if a pharma company is a client, you can make sure, you can tell them that this is what it's going to serve, and in the longer run, it's going to help you out. So that's one. We do it with the Fortune 500. So we work with multiple Fortune 500s. We're an official partner with Huawei. How we do it is called decentralized data storage. So now all these companies are storing all the data. Do we have a couple of minutes? Yeah. All these companies are storing their data in these server rooms where there could be a fire, or there could be a malicious actor, or there could be a hacker. So what we do is that we encrypt the data and we store it on fire, or any other blockchain for the matter. And the problem it solves is that the cost of those servers are way less because they don't have to have any infrastructure. There's more than one points of failure. In fact, there are hundreds of points of failure. So they're able to reduce cost and increase security. Massive, massive use case for blockchain. And another really interesting use case of the same is you and I can download when the Fire Mainnet launches. You can download the app. You can store a part of the data of, let's say, IBM. I don't have a contract with IBM. It's just an example. And because you're storing that data on your phone, you are able to make money. Now, sometimes this money, our researchers have made mathematical calculations and models. Just by storing this decentralized data, by having an application on your phone, you're able to sometimes make more money than you will make in an entire month in a third world country. Which takes us back to SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 1, poverty, or elimination of poverty. So these kind of things are massive, massive use cases. You just have to understand blockchain better. I mean, better than like I'm trying to understand more and more every day. Since I'm not technical, it's a challenge. But we can have more discussion on what your specific use cases are. Yeah.
And And just one more question at the back there.
Hi, Pratik.
Yeah.
Good morning. See, I'll keep it very short. I've been like last couple of years and all, I've been continuously striving on how blockchain would be working in terms of marketing and all. But the main question here is, marketing is all about awareness, and in turn, it has to generate into quality leads. Today, what we see with digital and any other marketing service, whether we are getting quality leads or not, that is a bigger pain point. So I don't know how this thing would fit in, because the more I'm looking into it, it is for supply chain, gamification, or monetization. That is where it is getting done. But whether it would increase more of a quality lead or a CTR, CTR that you were talking about, I mentioned earlier. So
Sure. What are the factors that affect your lead quality right now? Why do you think it's good or bad?
I mean, yeah, the main point is the interest-based or the behavior-based kind of advertising we try to do, and marketing always been a guesstimation work rather than estimations, proper estimations. So we have a tendency of understanding that these many people will be coming, or this is what our number is, out of which a 10% or a 5% or 2% bracket we try to. So it's always guesstimation. Can blockchain help us in terms of making this guess even more specific, or instead of like 2% or a 5% conversion, can it increase it?
Can blockchain increase your conversion? I mean, I guess better marketing campaigns will increase your conversion, but I understand your point. How will it increase conversion? How I break down every problem is what affects my lead quality. One is fraud. Blockchain does well there. Second one is as you're saying, the targeting, right? So we work on data that we already have. Now this is what I was talking about. When you have exit pops, right? If you have a better exit pop, the lead quality that you get from your email list that come in is better, because they have signed up to that exit pop, as compared to somebody that you would probably target on Facebook. That's what at least my experience has been, because that is a more qualified lead. They took the effort to sign up for your newsletter. I think that's where blockchain is going to be better. I think in the shorter run, and I'm being absolutely honest here, I think the shorter run, it's going to have us see lower ROIs, because we're so used to going to Facebook, going to 40 plus man, woman, interest is, I don't know, NBA or UFC, and just running our campaigns there. It's not going to be as easy if we make it 100% blockchain based, because blockchain would decentralize things. So you'll have to let go of a little bit of your hold on data for more transparency. Is just how it is. But I think in the longer run, it's going to help us. Now, we could also have a mixture. Like, I'm just saying Facebook can use blockchain to track everything and still keep these things. At the end of the day, it's your choice. If you're all on Facebook and nobody's using decentralized Web3, I personally believe everybody is going to be using it. We're going to be living in there, living in the metaverse. It's a totally different discussion. But if that doesn't happen, and we're still living in Web 2, then we can still use the good aspects of blockchain to drive the conversion forward, just as we split test two different headlines and see which ones work better. We can also split test this new technology and see if it drives the conversions better. Yeah. Sorry, I took all the time. Yeah.
Thank you so. Hello. Thank you so much, Pratik from Fire. Amazing stuff. And I think you're going to have a line of questions during the coffee break. That is for sure. Brilliant stuff. Right. The Marketing 2.0 team believes in honoring and recognizing individuals and organizations for their amazing work. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to show our appreciation to those who've contributed significantly to the marketing and advertising sectors with their creativity, their out-of-the-box thinking, and passion to go above and beyond their defined roles. So we're going to be acknowledging those people now. And to help us give out those awards, I'd like to welcome to the stage Edwin Alonso Castro. He's the founder and CEO of Next Reality. Lovely to have you back again, Edwin. Nice to see you. And our first award goes out to Gush Cloud International, our Best Companies Award. No problem at all. And our next Best Companies Awards goes to iNetwork Middle East.
Thank you, Marketing 2.0, for this. I would like to thank my team and all our clients. It's an honor. Thank you very much.
Our next award goes to someone I hung out in their booth quite a lot at Comic-Con a couple of weeks ago, Manga Productions. Have we got anyone from Manga Productions? I guess we'll be catching up with them later then. Up next, we move on to our Outstanding Leadership Awards, and our first award winner is Abdul Rahman Inayat.
First of all, I would like to thank everyone here and the organizers. And it's been a pleasure to be recognized as the best leader. All of this success goes to the team who helped me to achieve all of this. And I would like to thank everyone from WSFN Worldwide team who's been really working the best with the lead of myself. Thank you very much.
And our next Outstanding Leadership Awards goes to Asad Mahmoud. Is Asad here? Okay, we'll move on to next one then. Our next Outstanding Leadership Awards goes to Denise Edwards.
So thank you so much, organizers, and I want to thank the team, of course, my partner and my family, and for everybody that's here, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Denise. Congratulations. And our next Outstanding Leadership Awards goes to Catherine Horsley. Congratulations, Catherine. And our next winner of the Outstanding Leadership Award is Moshira Yasser Khadir.
Thank you all. Thank you all for having me today. It's my honor to have this award. I would like to thank my fiancé for always believing in me, my family, my team. I would never made it without them. Thank you. Thank you all.
Congratulations, thank you so much. And our next winner of the Outstanding Leadership Award is Noha Belhaj.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I realized today, thanks to Fabio, that I'm definitely an all-inner. I don't have a plan B, and it all started with me being redundant 2 years ago, and I was like, yeah, let's start some business. People thought I was crazy, like, get another job, like, what are you doing? But it paid off, so that was a great recognition. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I love that. It's amazing. Adversity gives us a kick, doesn't it, sometimes? Our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Radhika Vivekanandan.
Thank you so much, Marketing 2.0, for having me here. I owe it to the team in India and Philippines for having me here today as well with their contributions. And I thank my family and friends and mentors who have been a constant support in all these years. Thank you, Fabio, for again telling us today that there is no plan B and we should always stick to plan A. Thank you.
Fabulous stuff. Congratulations. Our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Sang-hee Kim.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here at this conference, and I would like to thank all of my team who have grown with me since day one, and I'm looking forward to do a lot more brilliant marketing with everyone that I work with. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, thank you. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Suhail Yaqub.
Thanks so much. I think we're about a minute, so I'll try and take my time, yes. Thanks so much. Well, thank you to the organizers, of course, and to the team back in India. We're a YouTube ads agency based out of India. And it's interesting that I say the word YouTube ads agency, because if you spoke to us maybe about a couple of years back, we would have just called ourselves, you know, another digital marketing agency. But I think what's important, and I assume a whole lot of us here are digital marketers or companies that are, are looking to meet digital marketers. What we realized about 2 years back is within the leadership of any marketing agency, etc., is with the ever-changing scenario of marketing, whether it's with privacy laws, whether it's with governments cracking down on, how much data is allowed to be shared anymore on any of the platforms. Increasingly, companies, agencies that are versatile enough to quickly pivot and understand that they can't rely on a single platform are probably companies that will outlast others. And I think, call it serendipity or engineered serendipity is a term that I believe in. We were able to quickly pivot and actually become a YouTube ads agency, and we are now a 7-figure digital agency simply because we were really able to change and switch through a different platform compared to the one that we were relying on earlier, and we had the versatility to do that. So I think that's the way forward, really, with the ever-changing scenario. You just don't know when the next big change, like the iOS 14, is around the corner. And so, yep, it'll be great to, of course, meet and interact with a whole lot of you here. And good luck to everyone. Cheers.
Thank you, Suhail. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Thirumalesh Prasad.
Thank you so much for the organizers for having me here, and I'm delighted to be part of this event for the second time. And thanks for the recognition. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And our next award winner for the Outstanding Leadership Award is Uras Senturk.
It's a pleasure to be here. I want to dedicate this award to my team and to organizers. Thank you for the opportunity.
Once again, let's give a nice big round of applause to all our award winners. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you so much to Edwin Alonso Castro, founder and CEO of Next Reality, for giving those out to us. Thank you, Edwin. Always a pleasure. Lovely to see you again. So that is it for the morning session so far, guys. We've got a fantastic panel session coming your way on Persistently Agile, the key to high-performance marketing lies with people, not projects. Going to be looking forward to that one. That will be our panel session after our coffee break. So I urge you to head outside, grab some coffee, grab a few snacks, network, get to know each other, interact, have a chat, and let's make some new connections and friendships, and we'll see you back here at about 11:30. Thank you so much. I don't know why I'm clapping myself.
Abdurrahman, he's with Jatin, I believe. Abdurrahman is speaking to Jatin. He's coming, I believe.
In case someone like sort of stammers or forgets, fill in. At first I was just like for a good 10, 20 minutes. Then I realized it's a good 15 minutes and we have to fill in constantly. It's a good 50 minutes that we have to keep talking.
Do you mind if I use your cup?
All of us.
Can you leave my phone on it just
I'm
to
gonna
record?
be like,
Thank you so much.
that's great. 30 is great. Yes.
This will do.
Maybe this is better.
Yeah. That's actually perfect. Thank you so much.
Huh? Are you ready? I think so. it's like you know, you probably have to know if you're ready if you're
You don't know,
sure.
yeah.
Because right now
yeah.
you're just kind of like,
Do you know the question you're getting exactly?
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
sent on the group.
Yeah. I have the question, but I still don't know what my exact answer.
So we're starting off with she will be introducing all of us, like in the sense that she's just gonna take our name and then we have to introduce ourselves.
Well, she's not even gonna mention the name, just so she doesn't make any mistakes. Because everybody's gonna.
No, she told me that she's. I mean, I don't know. She'll eventually decide. I think she's just gonna go impromptu. Then we have to.
But it is
Experiences. And then eventually we're ending it with how exactly, like what would you recommend to a person who's in that transition right now? What can that person implement? So that's again one round of answers.
Okay. Purpose of is really quick.
I think mine is going to be the fast. I'm just like two sentences done. Unless something comes inside, I'm like, no, I have to talk.
Are you based in Dubai?
No, I am from Mumbai.
Oh, so you flew in as well?
Yes, I have family and
regulated.
yeah, so a lot of family and friends here. So I've been here for almost a week.
Oh wow. Get to take a break, like go around stuff?
I'm trying. It's a vacation. There's no break as such in the field I am. It's media and stuff. There's literally, even on the days there is supposed to be a holiday, we have to put up posts.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to steer myself away from it and just say, I just do content strategy.
So you just help them understand what kind of content work for them.
Supposedly, but at the end of the day, then you have clients who's like, well, Joyce, you already know us so well. Why don't you take care of the social media as well?
Yeah. That's the case with me also. They initially just want some sort of consultation.
Yeah.
Then they feel like you're the appropriate person for it, and then they want to take it up, and then this is like constant hammering.
Yeah.
Take it up.
Yeah. I'm really trying to steer away from it. Like in the beginning, I was like,
It's also very crowded now. Like every second person is.
yeah.
So
And there's a lot of people who just do social media in cheap ways, right? Like people who are fine with just posting stuff and they're okay with that. And I don't really
we
like
do end to
doing
end.
that.
So we do first the posting part is what we call management.
Yeah.
We create content, we strategize content. So there's ideation, creation, management, and then via that content scaling. So the full 360-degree picture.
Yeah, I want to start even way ahead with with branding and then content strategy, and then I really want to just be
I've
hands
heard
off.
a lot of people love branding because it's like a project and then you're done.
Yeah.
That's the best thing.
That's what I want to be able, but it's been proven to be very hard to step away. Clients just want you to do every single thing, and then they just do down like what you said. What is a holiday? What is a break? They're just like, I want this person.
It's so difficult. One of my clients was like, listen, you're going to Dubai and I'm so worried. Who's going to manage stuff? I have my team here.
Yeah.
They're like, no, but we want you.
There's also automation too, by the way.
Exactly. Which they wouldn't allow because everything is so last minute. Like, oh, I'm going to build it tomorrow because it's going to go up tomorrow evening.
That's the thing as well. That's something I really don't like. I think that's very,
And no matter how much you set it out, your boundaries with them, just the nature of business. Things are just so impromptu with like certain roles that are like all of a sudden because of it. which is fine. Yeah, which is fine. One-off situation.
Exactly.
Also
Yeah, but not a lot of times
in that case, you fire them. That's when people come over projects. See, that's a good one. That's your lead-in, isn't it? Yeah.
Abdurrahman is breaking her.
First time I've come to Dubai.
Me too, me too.
Where are you from?
Hong Kong.
Oh, I have friends in Hong Kong too.
Yeah?
Yeah. A lot of my friends do visit Hong Kong for shopping.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously. Well, hopefully for food now. Hello.
We're going to do a panel after the next speaker. I'm just swapping this round.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Is he ready? Okay, are you guys ready? Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry. We've had a bit of a change of plan at the Marketing 2.0 conference. We will be getting to our panel, but we just have to do a little switcheroo while we just sort something out at the moment. So our next session is going to lay down valuable tips to take your connected commercial strategies to the next level. And we have Uraz Senturk. He's the founder and director of Design Lab Marketing Cyprus and Level Istanbul with us. And he's going to be talking to you about new approaches, grow revenue through a connected commercial strategy. Please welcome him up to the stage.
Hello everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today. I am Uraz Senturk, founder of Design Lab Advertising and Level Istanbul, both digital marketing agencies located in Cyprus and Turkey. We do provide services in the areas of social media management, web design, Google Ads, and strategic planning for the companies we work with. Currently, we are giving services to 120 companies actively in the social media area and developing websites for various clients, personal and again firms all over the country. So our topic today will be new approaches, grow revenue through a connected commercial strategy. To begin with, I would like to say that today I'm going to keep this presentation more natural. Instead of talking about the points and topics that are on the PowerPoint, I would like to share my experiences and our perspectives as a company on the projects that we are actually... It's not working? Well, I'm back. Sorry if, I don't know, my voice was clear enough or not, but okay, so what was I saying? So today I want to keep this conversation natural and talk about the experiences because all of you here are marketing strategists and already know the main trends of Facebook, Instagram, and I don't want to talk about those. I want to give insights about what we are doing and what we are finding useful for our companies so we can learn from our experiences all together, and I would like to touch on those points. So, what is connected commercial strategy and what do we mean by it? Marketers need to pay attention to innovations in this industry that are happening continuously. Because as you all know,
What we know in the past month changes every day. What we tried and got feedback from 6 months ago might not be the correct way to lead our campaigns now. Because Facebook, Instagram, they all change their strategies, their innovations and their technology. So a marketer should keep an eye on what's going on and always improve themselves. And second, emotional experience within the industry is really, really important. Whatever you do, whatever you provide, needs to be connected with the customer itself. If they don't feel connected to the brand or the product or the service, then they will not be a client for a long term. And I know many people in the industry, companies, I'm sure you are hearing this a lot too, they want to sell more, but sell immediately, and they don't think about the future sales. They just want to make that person buy their product, and that's it. But actually, it's not. You need to get connected with them, make them feel emotions to your firm, so they can stay loyal, and you can actually have a more return in the future. And the next is connected marketing campaign. We release coordinated, trackable, high-quality content. You need to track everything that you are doing. So whatever you do, you need to be collecting data, and you need to be using that data to plan out more strategies and make sure you are reaching out to that data back again, because that's your potential target audience right there. Website clicks, engagements, you need to be looking at those data all the time. Without knowing how much engagement you're getting or how much clicks you are getting to your website, how can you predict future? How can you predict future campaigns? That is actually impossible, but because companies sometimes put pressure on the marketers, marketers believe that data is not important, and what our clients want is more prioritized. Actually, it's not. We need to lead them based on the data, so actually they can receive feedback and achieve success. And another main topic to increase revenue while using connected marketing strategies is responding to desire. What do I mean by that? So let's say you like the color of blue, and you're using this blue color all over your designs because that's what you like, and when you look at it, that's what you think is the right way to do the advertisement. But in reality, you need to analyze what your target audience is, what they are likely to engage with, and what they are finding interesting throughout the social media. So let me give an example from what we're doing. Like I said, we are a company located in Cyprus and Turkey, and it's completely different. Cyprus is a small island in Mediterranean, which has different social dynamics compared to Turkey, because Turkey has a population of 90 million, whereas Cyprus has 500,000 people. So the way you do the advertising is completely different because people want different stuff. In Cyprus, people want more personalized ads. They want to feel welcomed, and they want to feel that company is actually talking to them, reaching out to them personally, instead of just doing the mass informative ads. But in Turkey, people are looking more about the benefit. What is this ad providing to me? They don't care about the sentence structure or the content. They are more looking into the outcome of it. So you need to understand your target audience and where your companies are going to be active at. So then from that point, you can move on and plan out a better strategic planning based on the desire that customers are having. And how to put these strategies on the paper. So again, let me give an example. So we have lots of companies that are in the industry of real estate and construction. And the main thing that we actually get from the construction companies are, I want to be seen all over the world. And they're giving some examples of companies located near them and saying, this company is doing that company is doing that. And they're thinking that the other construction companies located in Cyprus are their competitors. But however, that's not true. If you are trying to sell a house, sell a building, or sell a residence, all over the world, then your competitors are in Dubai as well, in London as well, in other countries as well, because you're reaching out globally now. Your target audience is located in different countries, and when they are looking at your project, they're going to compare it with other projects all around the world. So they need to understand what customer wants there. If they are looking for a residence in an island, then okay, maybe your competitors can be from Cyprus too. But if they're just looking for an apartment, for a villa to invest their money in, then your competitors are completely different and your target audience changes. So you need to respond to their desire based on your analysis. Which channels are best to use to communicate your ideas? What we found out is in Cyprus, you need to use Facebook and Instagram. There's no Twitter. There's no LinkedIn advertisement. But in Turkey, it's the opposite. In Turkey, people use Twitter and Instagram, not Facebook. And also, it depends on what you're advertising as well. Let's say you're an accounting firm, and you want people to reach out to you based on, setting up a company in Cyprus. Then you will target them from, let's say, Google or social media, Facebook. You're in an informative finance sector, so your post will actually include lots of information. And do people care about information on Instagram? Based on my experiences, they don't, because Instagram is used more for visual appearances and for photos mostly. So that's not the best channel to actually promote your ideas or your advertisements, because that's not where the channel is suited for you. So then you need to go look at Facebook. And yes, based on my experience, people do respond more on Facebook compared to Instagram to informative advertisements. So you need to look at those, analyze them, and make sure you're giving your companies, your clients, all the data so they can actually see the differences. Just saying that Instagram doesn't cut it, but Facebook does, will not be enough. You need to show them your data, you need to explain them why and how to actually go over it and campaign their product. Identifying data. This is another important topic that I want to touch on. Understanding what people are actually engaging with and using that to advertise them is really crucial in order to gain success and increase revenue. Because without having the data and identifying it, it wouldn't be enough to grow your sales. Let's say you've done an Google AdWords for a month and you gained 1,000 clicks on your website. That is brilliant. But is that enough? You've just done a campaign for a month and that's it? We finished? No. We need to collect the data. We need to actually analyze that data so we can continuously reach out to that 1,000 people again, because that's our target audience. They showed interest on our ad, they clicked on it, and they went to our website, which makes them potential customers for the company that we are advertising for. And on top of that, we need to keep on advertising so that 1,000 becomes 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. And while we're doing this, we should be keeping the data and continuously reaching back out to them. So we are not going back to 0 and 1,000, but we're actually building some potential customer base that can be used a year, 5 years, or 10 years for the future. Moreover, like I said, we are, as marketers, need to keep an eye on technology. Technology is changing all the time. 2 years ago, what we knew was true is irrelevant now, because everything's changed. And new artificial intelligence are coming in, and we need to be able to adapt to new situations. Now, watches do keep data. And refrigerators, cars, door cameras, lights, everything is actually now starting to collect data. Let's say you're in a construction business again. And by knowing how much time people do turn the lights on, you can estimate how much time they spend in the house. And based on that, maybe you can innovate your projects. Maybe you can develop new devices to go and add value to that project. So all this is really valuable, and data should be kept whatever you do, wherever you do. It doesn't matter which channel you use, and should be developed for further strategies. Connected marketer. Like I said, we are all marketers here, and that's why I wanted to talk more about my experiences and what we are doing as a company and what we are actually observing from our clients. Again, I would like to give an example about how a marketer should approach, and what we are doing and what we are observing is working best for us. So when you meet with a client, I'm sure you're all having this. They come to you for strategies, but at the end, they're trying to implement their strategies to you. So you're a little forced to actually take into consideration of what they want instead of what you think is the right way to do it. So in order to change that or lead them in the correct way, again, experiences are the most valuable thing that you can present to them. You can be really good at your job, but without showing them what you have done in the past, you cannot convince them what they should be doing. Again, in this sector, data comes in hand. You need to show them what you've done, what you achieved, so they can understand why you want to implement that strategy to their campaign. Because when you're doing campaigns globally, just your thoughts or opinions might not be enough to convince your client and their department who is in charge of marketing. And moreover, using single channel and multiple channels. I know some of my clients, which are restaurants or small shops, they don't want to spend too much money. So they are more willing to select only one channel to be active on, which can be Instagram, which can be Facebook, which can be Google. It doesn't matter. The first thing I tell them is, what is your goal? First of all, I need to understand their goal, because if the goal is to reach out to everyone who lives in Cyprus, you cannot achieve that by a single channel. You need to use connected marketing strategy. You need to be able to advertise on multiple channels, because your target audience is not a specific age group either. It can be from 18 to 22, it can be 25 to 35, or older. It can be everyone. So you need to understand which age group is active on which channel. And you need to combine them all, have a 360 marketing strategy, so you do not miss out any people. And you make sure that the brand or company itself is visible to everyone on every channel. That's actually a power move too. If people see you on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Google, what are they going to think? They're going to say, yes, this company is well organized, this brand is well organized, I see them everywhere, so they have a strong foundation. This is the idea that actually gives out to the potential customers. So we should always keep that in mind, that single channel will not be enough if you're not a specific firm that concentrates on a very niche market. If you're concentrating on a very niche market, let's say you're concentrating on a small amount of professionals in a business sector, then maybe only being active on LinkedIn might be enough for you. But in most cases, 90%, it will not be enough, and you need to understand that multiple channels are needed, and you need to make sure your client understands how to implement those strategies into their marketing ideas. I'm sorry. Yes, so to summarize everything that we've discussed, like I said, I'm not talking about something new that you didn't know before. I'm just, I want to share my experiences and what I'm facing within the industry, so we can understand each other and how the things work in different countries, because I think that's the most valuable thing that we can gain, understanding other insights and other perceptions of marketing specialists in the different countries. So to summarize, integrating new marketing channels into your strategy is crucial. You cannot be doing the same thing over and over again. If we go into the simple area of, let's say graphic design, you might have created a design that got lots of engagements before, but if you continuously keep creating the same design all the time, over and over again, you will see the decrease in your numbers because people get used to it, and because they think it's the same idea and same design, they will start skipping it on their social media and pay less attention. So make sure you're changing your themes, changing your content all the time. Boost your analytics, keep track of conversion data. So what do I mean by that? We did a good campaign. Let's say we have a product, new launching product, and we just launched it. And we got great feedback. We sold out. But if we didn't keep data, what are we going to do in the next campaign? It's just going to be the same, guessing what might work. But actually, we already have something that works. So if we had the data, we know who our potential customers are. We know what we did correct, what we did wrong. And we can actually look at those data and use the same strategy by adjusting it to the new environmental factors and actually keep on achieving success more. Staying creative is another point to summarize. We need to be creative. Trends are changing. There's TikTok, there's other influencers. They're creating different kinds of videos. We need to keep an eye what's popular, and we need to understand that we can use those popular themes to actually gain more public awareness. By gaining public awareness, we can increase our sales, we can come up, develop new strategies to implement, and we can actually grow our revenue. And the last one, which is, I think, the most important part that people miss out a lot, is focusing on customer needs. You need to first identify your unique selling point and what your customer needs. So without analyzing those, you cannot implement any campaigns. You need to know what differentiates yourself, your product, your service. It can be anything from your competitors. And you need to know that if this unique selling point is attractable to your potential target audience. If you can write these down, if you know these for each company that you are doing marketing for, then you will have a good start. And on top of it, by building on it, by building on the ideas, you can have a much better, much detailed route path to success and helping your clients, companies, increasing their revenues. Well, thank you for all listening. Like I said, I wanted to keep it more about experiences and what we're doing, what we are seeing going right and wrong in our companies, and would like to meet you all at some point of this conference. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the audience? We do have a couple of minutes. Does someone want to runner? Put your trainers on, get going. I haven't given them enough Red Bull today. What to say?
Hello, thank you so much for such valuable input. My name is Aditi NC, and I'm the founder of the Social Unicorns, a content and digital marketing agency. I tend to work with a lot of startups. I wanted to know if you also work with startups.
With who?
Startups.
Startups, yeah.
So what kind of challenges do you face when, onboarding a startup client? Probably two of the challenges you can name and the solution. How do you deal with that?
So when a new company is entering a market, did I get it right?
Yes, absolutely.
So the main problem that we're having is actually setting up their brand identity. Because first of all, they say, oh, these are my colors and I want a minimalistic approach. Okay, let's do that. Let's implement that to our designs, our corporate identity areas. Okay, let's do that. But after a few weeks, they start saying, oh, we need more information on top of there. We need more colors to attract people there. Okay, but that's not the beginning part of the creation. So that's what we face the most, one of the negative sides of it, because once they start changing it after a few weeks, everything changes.
Right,
All the
there's no
plan,
guarantee.
all the strategy, all the impression that you want to make on their target audience changes. So that's probably it.
All right, thank you so much.
Any other
Thank you.
questions? We've probably got time for one really, really quick one. Put your hands up. Oh, there's one over here, down the front, next to our cameraman. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this fruitful lecture. I'm Hiba from Perpetual Agency from Bahrain. I have a question from your experience. You said that for informative ads, it's better to put it in Facebook. Can you please give us any example from your experience? Thank you.
That's actually a great question. I didn't go into much detail because of the time limits and everything. But I can actually talk about real estate sector for the informative part. When we do advertising on Instagram, people do not comment and people do not ask for further information. And we tried this with probably over 40, 50 real estate companies, both in Cyprus, Turkey, and both different countries. And when we do this on Facebook, people are actually more willing to text you personally to get more information. And the reason why we think that this happens is when people go on Facebook, they are on the Facebook to actually get more information. Read the news, read what's new in the global news, and they're actually more open to absorbing information. So when they see something informative, they're more willing to respond. But on Instagram, people use Instagram for more social purposes. So they're there to see their friends or post something that they're doing, or maybe, fashion works really well on Instagram. Instagram is the best way to promote fashion based on our experiences, because it, involves visual aspects. But for the informative part, I think it's the mentality that people have when they're going through those channels.
Thank you so much. Uras from Design Lab Marketing, thank you so much. And I really appreciate you doing the swapperoo for me, saving me here. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Now, we do have our panel session, so I'd like to ask up to that stage moderator Angela Podolsky. She's the founder of Kinesics Consulting. Angela, if you would like to come up to introduce the rest of the panel, please. And we will have to need this finishing at 1 o'clock. Is Angela here? Hi, Angela, do you want to come up? Because at 1 o'clock, we will need you all downstairs outside for a little groupy presentation. So if we can get all our panelists to come up on stage, that'd be fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm going to need a 6th microphone. And I need the 6th one. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And your panel session is going to be on persistently agile. The key to high performance marketing lies with people, not projects. So please do welcome our panelists up to the stage. Thank you all for joining us. And I will hand over to Angela to introduce everybody else.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. We often hear the sentence saying people over profits. And this shift is happening already in big corporations and small corporations. We can see it. But it's a really hard shift to do and a really hard balance to do when you try to balance your people and their needs with the balance of investors, stakeholders, board members, etc. In this panel, we'll be discussing all of those issues and more and see how can we put people first instead of projects. So with that, let me open to this fantastic panel, and let's take a minute to just introduce ourselves. So Ralph, will you take us?
Thank you. Yeah, hello. My name is Ralph Martin. I'm the CEO and founder of Fifths Consulting, DMCC. It's a marketing agency based here in Dubai. And we specialized in price promotions, where we are changing from draws into game of chance, and at the same time we can offer like big prizes, outstanding prizes to get more attention, more footfall, more data. And we do the risk management. That means like if somebody is really winning in these contests in a shopping mall, our agency is basically paying out the prizes or not our customers.
Hello, everyone. Very nice to meet you here today. My name is Aziz Damak. I'm CEO of Lab 42 Global. We are a business strategy consultancy that focuses on performance marketing. Our core service revolves around making sure that every pound our clients spend brings a positive ROI to the business. That's the only way we ensure that we have a win-win relationship with our clients. They are growing, we are growing, everyone is winning. Passing on to Abdurrahman.
Yeah, hi. So nice to meet you again. This is Abdurrahman Inayat, a co-founder and director at W7 Worldwide. W7 Worldwide is a marketing communication agency where we build a reputation for our clients in terms of individuals or entities, and we basically help our clients in terms of the media perspective and the image of that. We are based in Saudi, and we cover the GCC region as a whole. And we pass to the next one.
Hello. Hi there, I'm Joyce. I'm a content marketer as well as the founder of Joyce Saying Content Marketing, based in Hong Kong. So what I do is I help entrepreneurs as well as business owners and brands create their content strategy and then educate them on the distribution of their content via social media as well as digital marketing. So I'm glad to be here, joined with everybody, and I would love to share my insights onto how people should be prioritized over projects.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm Rukhsar Kazi. I run a digital marketing agency in Mumbai, India. We offer end-to-end digital marketing services. Our key expertise is in content creation and social media management. And we have also been offering performance marketing, website development, website management, and overall looking at scaling further in digital marketing. Yeah, so I'm excited to be here and add my 2 cents about this because I do have a lot of personal experience with it.
Well, thank you for sharing. I guess I'll share a little bit about myself as well. I guess I'm a little bit of an outlier here. I'm not in marketing. I'm a behavior analyst, and I specialize in nonverbal communication. I'm a founder of Kinesics, and we work with top companies in the world in helping them understand how they communicate and how to read others. That's the majority we do. We do work with people in marketing, and mainly reputation management, public speaking and things like that, TV and assessment of individuals. So that's on my end. And we'll continue with a question to open it to all of you on the panel. So my question is, for you, is what high performance lies in people, not in projects, means to you? So you can just start, pick whoever you want.
Okay. Yeah, since I'm the first in the row. Well, actually, I would say like the first thought is like where do we consider being the people? Is it like the consumer or the customer? Is it the people in our agency? Is it like maybe a B2B thing where we are talking to the people in a different agency? At the end, I think like it's really difficult to say because the project itself is paying the bills. So everything has to lead to a project at the end of the day. But what I think is like when we're talking about high performance marketing, then it is the people, because I mean the people, let's say in our company, they have to be very skilled. I mean, this is the first thing. They have to understand, you know, the product, how to approach and how to solve problems. So it's the people that are giving like the advantage. And when we're talking about marketing 2.0, it's even more important that it's not just, I don't know, like technology, but the people are using the technology and driving it. So yeah, I mean, it's very simple. I mean, to me, like the people in our office or in our company are the key for success and for making marketing even better. And at the end, we are a B2B company. So if we cannot explain it and bring it out to the market, yeah, our clients are not having more footfall or more sales or whatever it is.
All right. I believe the topic name explains itself. Marketing is a behavioral science, and behavior is for people. So it only makes sense to start with the people, whether it's the team, the customers, always start with the people. People will lead you to the desired outcome you want out of the project. When you start with the people, you make sure that all KPIs are achieved, communication is aligned, and everything goes to plan.
So for me, people is the most important thing. It's always the assets of the company and for any company. And previously we were facing a lot of issues, like for example, in terms of organization, we're not caring about the people. But nowadays, everyone talking about that. But the most important thing is that how we turn that talk into an action. So we see leaders who talk about the creativity and ideas and so on, but the environment of the people is not there. So when we say people, it means that we should commit, and as leaders, we should commit to that and have the right roadmap to go for that and to measure the success behind this. So it's always about people.
Joyce? Thank you. So, you know, like some of the other panelists have mentioned, that people is super important for me, especially in under the industry or the idea of content marketing. I always talk to all my clients or anybody that I work with that it's always about people to people. Whether you're in a B2C or a B2B or however you call it, D2C, it's always about people to people. Now, apart from the actual people that you're talking to, so be it with your leads or your customers or your target audiences, what I really genuinely want to share here is that it is very important to keep your content creators or those who are creating the content under the idea of content marketing as people as well. They're the voice that you are giving power to showcase their authenticity and showcase who your brand actually is. So that's often being forgotten to a certain extent, right? What is the authenticity behind the founder, behind the people that work in the company, and how can that be showcased through content? Because what I can tell you is in Marketing 2.0, or right now, currently, based on social media or other different platforms of distribution, it's always gonna be authenticity. What is authentic is going to bring you to a higher level, to the next level, where people actually recognize and want to pay their attention to you.
For someone who's been in this industry for the past 7 years and started off all by myself, where I was drafting captions, where I was creating content, where I was posting for my clients, that's just the, the basics of what I do. I understood that that's not a one-person job. It's not something that I can do all by myself. And the minute I started hiring people, assigning things, delegating tasks, I understood I'm nothing without my team. And when I'm nothing without my team, it doesn't matter how much a client wants what they want. There has to be boundaries, there has to be a certain way, there has to be a process, there has to be a system maintained, wherein your team comes first, wherein your employees come first, because at the end of the day, if they are not in the state to work, you're not going anywhere. I'm here today because of my team, so definitely people over projects.
That's great. I love that the panelists mentioned, two of my panelists mentioned, authenticity, and all this work is based on behavior. And the thing is, the interesting thing for me when I hear this sentence is communication. Everything is about communication. But as a behavior analyst and specialized in nonverbal communication, we only in school learn how to speak, how to read, and how to write. But we have over 5 channels of communication, which is face, body, verbal content, verbal style, and voice. Also psychophysiology, but we're not going to get into it. But what I would love to see when we work with people, when we communicate leaders to our team or marketers outside, is we're using all the channels of communication, and not just the written and not just the verbal, but how do we understand how to connect to people through all the channels of communication? And that's, I think, where the success is, when we can communicate authentically, not just through the words. We'll ask now directly the question. So, what are characteristics of successful, high-performing marketing team, in your opinion?
All right. So I would crack it down to 2 main areas: psychological factors and professional factors. I'll start on with the psychological factors. I believe there are 3. First one, dependability on one another. Are we able to count on one another to deliver world-class service? Number 2, meaningfulness of work. Does this work drive meaning to my sense of purpose? Number 3, impact of work. Does the service that we offer actually deliver impact to the customers and to the clients that we work with? That's for the psychological part. For the professional part, I believe there are 4. First one, placing a direct focus on the customer. There's an often mistake we marketers make. We get stuck behind our frameworks and theories. And in today's world, the very fast-paced world, behavior is changing on an almost everyday level. You have to really connect with the customer, talk to them, listen to their pain points, listen to their experiences. That's the only way you're going to help your clients better develop their service and achieve customer satisfaction. And customer satisfaction is the only way to ensure business growth over the long run. Number 2, driving revenue. With digital marketing being on the front row of driving revenue right now, it's very important for us marketers as well to realize that it became an absolute must to invest in channels where direct ROI is being able to be measured. Companies and the resources are being more limited than ever, and it's very important to make sure that every single decision you make, every single step you put, every campaign you launch is able to be measured and analyzed with a direct ROI focus. Number 3, operational excellence. No matter how talented your team is, no matter how brilliant you are, if your operations are not structured and clear to the T, you'll be leaving a lot of potential on the table. Before you start on any creative planning, make sure your operation is set properly for that project. Identify clear KPIs, identify numerical goals, make sure all of these are communicated to everyone in the team. That's the only way. When you guys work on that project, you're able to deliver the best of your capabilities and ensure the best results to their clients. Last but not least, I would say dependability on each other as partners, as clients, being able to trust one another's vision and walk the long journey together, because marketing and the performance is not an overnight thing, it's a long journey. So we have to believe in one another and allow the opportunity and the time and the failures to take place, because that's the only way we will learn and better understand businesses and customers and grow overall business for both of us and our clients.
Thank you. What a great answer. Next, Raksar. My question to you is, how do you implement a culture of people versus projects in your organization to have organizational alignment and excellence?
Firstly, I completely agree with everything that Ez mentioned. To start off with operations. It is so important, and it's just a journey, right? Nobody from the beginning would know how to set up operations, although that's the first thing that you should do. A lot of startups, a lot of businesses, including myself, did not know how to implement that, how to set a system wherein because a system cannot be just like a template that's built and you are done with. It needs to be something that assists your team, something that makes their job easier and is comfortable for all of them. Something we've recently started implementing are KRA sheets, time sheets, error trackers. You have all of these to keep a track of the key performance. You have all of these things so that your team is delivering what you expect out of them. And at the same time, quality is given to the client. This also ensures that the clients are not in a position where they're not happy with the team. We do face, in spite of all of this, a lot of issues with clients, and that's the way the business works. That's the way this industry has become, because everything is like, oh, it's just that. Why don't you do it? Why isn't your team active? How do you draw boundaries? How do you draw boundaries both with your team and with your client? In that sense, when you are approachable, you also need to make sure that the team knows this is the time you're approachable. All of these small things, which are commonly, everyone discusses, but not really implements on an operational level, that is what matters, and that also will define the excellence of your team. Your team might be able to deliver the best of work, but if you keep asking them to do so 24/7, they might not be able to put the same thing on the table. There's always a burnout. There's always something that bothers them. We are humans, right? Our resources are going to, at the end of the day, perform just as the same we do. So it's very important to forget the 9-to-5 system, even though that exists. The suit up, boot up, all of that is gone. It's on a personal level, connecting with your team, understanding what works for them, building a system for them, and also making sure that your clients are aware of it. Complete transparency. When it comes to your clients and your projects for that matter, you need to make sure that your projects, you also get a feedback about your team from your projects. Like, you understand that the client is also happy with the way the things are being delivered to them. So constant feedbacks, constant understanding of whether the person assigned to you, your POC or maybe your account manager, in my case, are you satisfied with the person? Would you like any change? These kind of things need to happen on a regular basis. What I have personally also done is I do a lot of personal meetings with my clients and my team members on a day-to-day basis, where I connect with them and understand what's the pressure like. Are you able to cope up? Are you able to keep up with everything that's been asked of you? And there are times where people we hire are expected to do something, but they excel at something else. So is there a shift in the position? Is there a shift in the work that you do? So identifying all of these things, these small things on a day-to-day basis, is extremely important. That will keep up the excellence, deliver quality, and also make sure that you are not losing your clients, but at the same time prioritizing people who are working with you.
That's fantastic. I think that the fact that you said having an open door policy where a client...
Being absolutely approachable.
Exactly.
That's very important.
A client or your employee can come and talk to you, and you can figure out what speaks to them, and maybe they're not in the right position, like you said. That's great. Thank you for sharing. Abdurrahman. Next question is for you. Okay. We all know that the highest performing marketing and companies are always inspired for growth. How do you build a growth mindset culture in your company?
So, first of all, we talk about the growth mindset. There is recent researches and a lot of talks about the fixed mindset and the growth mindset. And we see it happening even in many companies, how growth mindsets is upscaling the revenue and even the collaboration in the organization. For myself, in my experience, the first thing that I did with my partner is to identify our culture in the organization. It was very important before even we started the business. And I advise everyone to do that, because once you understand what's the culture of the organization that you are heading to, you can identify a lot of challenges and opportunities that you can bring on the table. In the interview sessions, I always remember, and I always even talk with my team, that the day that you are onboarding, I remember every word I say, because that's where I share the culture of the organization before you tap into joining the family. And we call it, amongst ourselves, it's a family concept. And what I would like to share is that what I share with them is that the first thing is it's your home. So you have to feel among the people, and you have to share, you can share anything. And the mindset of fixed mindset, which is preventing you to ask, for example, of opinions or share feedback, that's gone. So you have to share and to collaborate. What we found, even in the last 5 years, in the last 2 years only, we have been recognized around 15 awards regionally and internationally, and that shows how the team worked together to achieve that. It was not a one-man show or one person. It's a team working. It's starting with the journey from getting the client till even getting that achieved. So all of this shows three things: is collaboration, the second thing is communication, and the third point is appreciation. So if you got these three winning keys as a culture in your organization, I believe you can achieve a lot and beyond than what you expect. So I always say it's all about people, because in service sectors or industry, it's people, and you have to take care about that. And we always, if you believe in that from a passion perspective, you always give more, and the people even give and take from that perspective. So that's my philosophy, let's say.
That's fantastic. So I'm sure now that we don't have a strict 9 to 5, most of us work kind of 24/7. It helps with retention when you lead with culture as well.
Yeah,
retaining
exactly.
your people.
Yeah, I just want to add two things. What we do even in onboarding, that we share our culture with the new team. So it helps them that even if you got in another agency or a company that has fixed mindset, it helps them to get to what we are aiming for. And that's very important to do from HR point of view. So that's very important.
That's great. Joyce, the question
Hi.
for you. Hi. How do you, as a communicator, in your work of content creation, share the message of people versus project? Is there a difference in the wording or mindset?
I think that's a great question. So tapping back to some of the things that other panelists, especially what you've mentioned as well, right? It's not just the client, but it's also the team that's working with you. You kind of have to protect them as well, so that's how it ensures the quality of the content. Now, I have two keywords to throw out here for everybody to kind of think about, which you obviously would have heard of it, considering we're all marketers. First thing is consistency. The second thing is transparency. Now, obviously, we've all touched up on these aspects based on different elements within running a business or being a marketer. When it comes to content marketing specifically, what I really try to get at is transparency does not only just come from the operations, the workflow, or the team members that's working with you, but what is often forgotten as well is it has to come from the boss. It has to come from the person who built that brand, because more than likely they have actually forgotten along the way when they're building out their business what they're really wanting to do, right? They're kind of trapped in the mindset of every month's ROI or their budget or other things that's happening within their life. But they've often forgotten what is it that they're trying to do with their brand. Most likely all of the time, it's been started to solve a problem of their own. And that is what we need to actually dig up back from their past and convey it and express it through the idea of content. Now, I'm not limiting that to social media, but all content. What we're doing here is a piece of content. Offline experiences are pieces of content. Conferences, the chat that you have with other different members of attendees, those are all content. What are you doing these content for? That is where the transparency actually should lie. Now, second point is consistency. Now, of course, if you're like a lot of people here who are very experienced with social media, it gets thrown around a lot, right? Consistency. You have to be consistent on this platform. You have to be consistent on your content. You have to be consistent on doing all these things. It gets kind of stuck in your mind so much that you're like, yeah, just repeatedly do the same thing. Now, when I'm talking about consistency based on especially the idea of content marketing, what that means is you have to ensure that there is a pattern being achieved through content by your brand, not limited or bounded by the idea of format or distribution channel. What that means is the person behind who is doing that or creating that piece of content is able to be consistently delivering. Now, that actually lies in the person, not so much as to the trends or the platform or the algorithm that's being changed. What that means is, it ties back to the first point that I made in this panel as well. If you're real, if you're being authentic, if you're being yourself, that's definitely gonna result you in being consistent. Because if I like eating candy, I'm always going to be liking eating candy. If I started off pretending to like candy because it fitted the brand or because it was easier to convey to the client, that's where you break down on consistency. So that's the idea when it comes to specifically in throughout my experiences of working with different clients or just working with different team members as well. That's where you can actually achieve what we call consistency, the true idea of being consistent in creating content, as well as achieving that transparency of really realizing and remembering what it is that your brand has set out on to do. So with that said, I want to throw the ball back to you, Angela, with your expertise in behavior and your understanding of different forms of communication. What do you have to add to some of the things that we've mentioned when it comes to people over projects?
Thanks, Joyce. What I see, which is, I guess, a little bit different, is in a way kind of taking away from you that it comes from the top and there's authenticity piece. It's really important to be congruent. And the congruency, this happens on multiple level. What does that mean? You can be congruent with yourself and how you communicate through the 5 channels of communication that I have mentioned before, but also congruent with the brand. And now when you have management that there's leading through a certain culture, but there's incongruency with the leadership and they're not aware of self. So I've been working with a lot of companies through cultures. And when we look at reading others or communicating to others, first and foremost, we need to understand ourselves. When we understand ourselves, then we can self-manage. And only after self-managing, we can influence. Most people think they can influence as a leader. We're talking bottom up, top to bottom. Often people think, oh, I'm going to show up and influence. But influence does not happen before self-awareness and before self-management. So when I work with companies and understand how communication works and how to lead teams and how to manage teams, because understanding what they're communicating is not what they're communicating through words. Most communication happens underneath the words they're saying, underneath the messages they're saying verbally. So understanding that is really important. And so when a leadership can understand that, and then we can look at the brand and what the brand stands for, what's the culture is like, then we can say, okay, is there congruency? Is the communication there works? Because if you want to be open, but then you have somebody that comes from a close culture, then they need to understand their communication, where they're coming from, and understand what is the wiring and the context, right? Because we all grew up in different contexts, and we have the close context net, where is the family, and then we have the why context, which is the country and the environment, etc., and the belief systems. So on my end, I would say communication is really important, and I think it adds a lot when you, as you said, you go from the top. And you make sure there is alignment there and congruency. Ralph, last but not least. Ralph, tell us, the culture of people is not just in our companies, but also in how we expand this to our customers. How do you ensure your team truly embodies this with their customers?
Okay, first of all, it's kind of, I mean, we are based here in Dubai, so I mean, we are facing all these different cultures because we have like, I don't know, like 250 different nationalities here, so coming from all over the world, and everybody is different with a different background, families, culture, religion, anything you can imagine. And we are having companies also in Europe, and so there is like a huge difference, you know, like when you have like a very unique market with all Germans, let's say, or like people from, I don't know, like UK or something like that, and here you have to be very open to everybody. So, I mean, I can make it very simple. I mean, we are trying to be like just open-minded, let's say that. That's the key. Be open-minded, listen, and now we are talking about what you already said. Listen to your customer, for example, you know, like what they want. Listen to the, maybe, or you do a research listening to the consumers, you know, like, I mean, and not just to the customer and the other agency. I mean, listen to the consumers, how you want to approach them. And here, of course, you know, it's, I mean, we face this differences by, for example, when we do these kind of promotions, price promotions, whatever, I mean, everybody loves gold here. I mean, gold is amazing. I mean, in Germany, nobody cares about gold. I mean, if you give away, for example, balls, like soccer balls or tennis balls or even golf balls, I mean, they run into the store to get it for free or whatever, or they buy and get gas, I don't know what. If you look to the Netherlands, frozen cakes. I mean, if you give away frozen cakes, I mean, they run into your store and it's the same thing. You know, like, but here it's gold. Oh, Poland, alcohol, of course. You know, like if you give a bottle of wine, then they come to the store. So, yeah, so I mean, you see like different markets, and here it's like you have the challenge that, you know, like you have to satisfy everybody, kind of. And in our company, I mean, we have like, I mean, 10 people with, I'm always saying 10 people in 20 different nationalities. So everybody, I think we don't have one single person from the same country, so everybody is different, and that's amazing. And I always, sorry to say, but I think it's amazing. I mean, we are not content writers, right? We are just the promotion guys. But I mean, having content, like writing it and getting like, reaching out to all these different people. Like, I mean, you want to reach like people from India and people from UK and people from Germany, and so, I mean, that's amazing. And of course, from Saudi, for example, you know, like, I mean, if you want to, I mean, these are so wide. And the other thing is like, what you just said, it's coming from the top to the bottom. I mean, yes, and that's another leadership thing. I mean, if you are not open to the world, I mean, how should your employees be open to the world? So yeah, but at the end of the day, very simple, open-minded, and then you can transport like, you know, like the culture to the customers and to the, at the end, or to the clients and to the customers. Thank you.
We're sharing this one. Well, thank you very much for your answers. On this point, we have to conclude. I see my time ran out. So thank you so much for being
You're
here,
most welcome.
and thank you for the panelists for your fantastic conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Angela for moderating that wonderful panel, and thank you once again to all our amazing panelists. Thank you so much. What a great discussion. We are going to have more sessions coming up after lunch. That's what we're breaking for now. But if I can just invite you all to head out and go downstairs, because we're going to take a big group event photograph. If you've noticed, we do have other events going on as well. So we are all joining together for one giant photo shoot downstairs. So if you could all please head outside, take the escalator downstairs to the outside area. We'll do a group photo, and then we will break for our buffet lunch. And we'll see you back here just after 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. How are you doing this afternoon? Oh, come on, let's get out of that post-lunch slump. How are you doing this afternoon? I feel like my face is a little bit sunburnt from outside. The Botox was working overtime in the squinting, let me tell you. Wasn't a good thing. It is the Marketing 2.0 conference. Hope you had a great lunch. We're going to now move forward to our post-lunch session, starting with a panel discussion on the subject, looking at the marketing and advertising industry post-pandemic recovery, acknowledging the seismic changes that the pandemic caused in the marketing and advertising arenas. This panel is going to look at the path to recovery and resilience, the lessons learned, and what the future holds for our industry. To begin our discussions, we have with us moderator Adish. He's the CEO and founder of TimSots. Adish, if you'd like to come up. And we also have Mazen and Winnie and Noha, if you'd all like to come up and take your seats. That'd be great. And Adish, I'm going to let you get... there's all microphones on the seats for you. They are all switched on. And I will let you introduce our panelists and get proceedings underway.
Hello. Okay. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the session where we are going to help you understand how marketing and advertisement has changed post-pandemic and how can we do a recovery. For myself, I am Adish. I am the founder and CEO of the TimSots marketing agency. I run a marketing agency from India, based out from Pune. Along with me, we have Vinny Pank, who is the director and performance media from Growth Ops. We have Noha Belaj, founder and executive manager of NB Marketing and Consultancy. And also we have Mazen Fakri he is a founder and CEO of iNetwork from Middle East LLC. Since we all know that prior to pandemic, prior to 2019, marketing and advertising was not that of a challenge, since there were a number of agencies and a number of freelancers who used to work for the projects. But since after 2019, we can see the work from home has created a lot of freelancers. So there was a hike of around 500% in freelancing digital marketers, as well as 200% in agencies created after post-pandemic. So based on that, we are going to start a topic on, we will start with a measure on how people think about marketing.
Okay. Post or pre-pandemic, people think about us as magicians. I think people come to us because they think we have this magic stick that we're going to hit, and the leads are going to come, and the money is going to come, and everything is going to be fine. And I personally don't believe this is true. I believe marketing is the art of common sense, and it's the first tool of getting yourself and your brand recognized in the market. So I think basically people think, or used to think at least at pre the pandemic, that we're just those people that can do everything, but we're very specialized people that have a science that we run. And I think the human factor in marketing is very important. Back in our office, we understand psychology marketing, and this is what we work on. And I believe this is the most important part of understanding what your client needs, even if they don't know what they need exactly, and work with them towards that goal so that they can achieve their goals at the end of the day.
For me, I come from a client background. I worked for hospitality brands for the longest period of time. I have more than 13 years experience in hospitality sector. I worked with brands like Hyatt, Four Seasons, Kempinski, and it was always a challenge for me to even get to the team that I work with to convince them that marketing, like to Mazen's point, we're not magicians. We're not going to provide you with what you need without you explaining what you want, or like bridge the gap in the conversation. And agencies or freelancers will not just do the magic and give you the figures. It's a joint relationship. We need to work together. And there were always the points that I lost a lot of job opportunities because, oh, marketing people, they cannot be in this country. They don't speak this language. They don't do this. They don't do that. But it goes beyond that. There is the skill set that you have to do the job, and then there is the execution element. And it's always like, it's a missing gap. So when I started this business, I wanted to speak a language in between the agency and the client. What I do is basically, I bridge the gap between my clients, who I used to be one of them, and the agencies that I used to work with. I was lucky to work with amazing agencies, like freelancers, but they were always misunderstood by some of my colleagues because like they are not delivering what they think they should deliver quickly. Or like the money is not coming tomorrow because it takes time to build the footfall. It takes time to get the revenue in. So I figured that if you have that language figured out, how to bridge the gap between this side and that side, it will help people understand more that there is more to it. Mazen said like it's psychology, it's behavior. Creating irrational loyalty with brands, it's so difficult. Some brands do it better than others, but some, they just go for the easy route and they want to have like fast results. And so they don't work on the behavior. They don't understand the personality. They don't understand how you can get your clients, how you can get your consumer or your customer to actually want to work with you. People are not waiting for the brands to deliver something new or to offer something new. You need to grab their attention. You need to have that strategy that will make them actually want to work with you. And this is like a very tricky part with like when you look at marketing. It's not just a magic wand.
So the same question goes to Vinny. What is your opinion? How people think about marketing?
I think it's a little bit different for me. It's a very diverse, panel that we have here. I come from a digital agency background. And I have been in the digital agency background for the past, I can't remember how long, but it's too long. So yeah, I think one big change that we observed pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, right? A lot of the points that Mazen and Noha has brought up, it hits really close because, first of all, well, most of the time, if you approach client, they don't know what they want. They will give you something, but not everything, and you have to figure out everything else. And oftentimes you won't get it right? Another key thing that we observe, of course, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, the importance of digital. Pre-pandemic, digital is an option, right? A lot of the investment, a lot of the budgets are not on digital. You need to work twice as hard to convince clients to put their money on digital. But now, of course, with the shift, in the digital landscape, it's very different, right? Everybody wants to be on digital, and understanding what digital is, understanding what digital marketing is, even to begin with. In the past 2 years, we've dealt with clients who have zero knowledge about digital, to now, people who understand the impact of digital on their business, right? Leveraging on this, it will directly impact their business. And like Noha says, right, we work a lot with clients, not just taking a brief from them, and it's more of understanding what is your long-term goal, what is your short-term goal, right? On basing it on digital. So yeah,
for me, I would say that every client has its own requirement, and every marketing strategy is different based on the business they do and based on the business purpose they have. So as coming to the point, since there is a 2% boom in the agency, then post the pandemic, the current scenario is that there is plunge in the ROI since there is a major competition going on. What would be your opinion, Mazen? What would be your forecast?
Okay, if we go a little bit backwards, at least back in my country, I come from Egypt, and the Middle East, like 20 years back, everybody was shifting to sales. It was the easy money out. Just do the sales, get the commission, and just go home, be happy. Then 10 years after, people started understanding that sales needs targets, and the targets are an extremely difficult thing to do. And then the problem happened where everybody just took marketing diplomas and they shifted to marketing. And this created a lot of supply of, let me say, I can't say they're not professional, but they're not as professional as people of the industry. And that was a problem pre-pandemic because there was a lot of competition. Their prices were much, much lower, and they weren't doing the job right. And the customers didn't understand what they need, and they thought this was the easy way out. But post-pandemic, when things were actually real and the problems were real and they needed real solutions, this is, I believe, where the proper agencies and people of the industry came in handy. Because we know the tools, we know how to use them, and only then the customer became more experienced because they've tried and they lost, and they've tried and they lost, and now they have background experience and bad behaviors that they've seen happen, and they started looking for the right people. And I believe this created a good buzz and a good marketing and a good market demand for the agencies. An agency like mine, we're a fully fledged agency. Post-pandemic, our strongest arm became the digital arm because everybody's looking for it. And that created need and that created opportunity. On the other side, we lost some business in the physical part where you do actually one-to-one interactions or events and so on because of the pandemic and everything that was happening. And now it's coming back. But again, there's new opportunities because now there's more tools that we actually can use in the market and use in marketing, like the virtual reality tours and the metaverse and so on. And this, I believe, for the future, there's a lot of opportunity.
Okay.
For me, on this specific point, I come from a different background. So being here in this part of the world, as a client, I was always struggling with budgeting. Agencies are so expensive. I would love to work with an agency. I want to have the right agency, but it was either overpriced that I cannot sustain that. Okay, I'm gonna hire the agency, but I don't have budget to spend. So it was really challenging for me to figure out how I can do that. So when I wanted to develop that kind of idea that I had for my business, I wanted to work with teams from all around the world because again, I don't believe that marketing is related to one location. So what I try to do with my clients is I try to figure out the right resources. It's not just having the biggest name as an agency or just you go for a freelancer that's so affordable but maybe not experienced enough to keep up with your brand.
Correct.
So it's all about finding the right balance. It's all about asking the right questions, briefing the agency. What I try to do is I go for the life coaching behavioral approach. I ask my clients questions to understand what they have in mind. So what does success mean to you? How do you want to see your brand grow? And then I ask them all these questions. I open their mind to all sorts of possibilities, and I'm keen on getting marketing to be virtual, not just digital. You can be based in this country and you can have a team from that and you just mix and match so you can get the best results. So for one of my clients, it will be the client is based in Saudi, the agency that does the digital is based in India, but the agency that does the creative is in Egypt, but the PR agency is in Saudi, but they have an office in Dubai, and I'm kind of the project manager that's basically connecting all platforms together, because I don't believe that it needs to be in the office, in this place. If anything that we've learned from the pandemic, you can be working from home and you can still succeed. It's all about how are you going to manage this. Obviously, if I'm going to work with a PR agency and I want to have the connections with the media, of course it has to be from the country where the client is. But it doesn't mean that if you want to work with a digital agency, it has to be the agency right next door. It also doesn't mean that I want to go for something really, really affordable and then I compromise the quality. It has to be a nice mix. There is business for everyone, but you just need to really understand what do you want to achieve from the contract. You need to understand what are the goals, what do you want to have, where do you want the client to be? And also it has to be a nice mix. It has to be sustainable so you can keep on doing what you're doing. Oftentimes, people start with a budget, they try, they think that within a couple of days, I'm gonna get the best results. People will be rushing to my venue or they will come to my restaurant. It's sustainability when it comes to you need to have a strategy, you need to make sure you apply, you need to make sure that like you will wait to achieve results and don't just like flip the table because no, it's not working, the agency is not good. Guess what? The agency is as good as you manage the agency. So if you're not managing the agency correctly, how do you expect them to deliver? So that was one of the key things that I hope that now, post-pandemic, people will see that you can just deal with things differently to achieve the best results.
Correct. So there are two major things that happens into the industry. One is the bad marketing reputation from unauthorized marketing agencies. The second thing comes is the budget, where the client is always hesitant to put on the budget to get a good result. The same question goes to you as well, Ms. Winnie. What is your forecast if you have seen the current scenario in the boom of 200% marketing agencies?
I think with all of the, we call boutique agencies, you know, and also a lot of freelancers booming, especially in the past 1.5 years. I specialize in performance media. So when we talk about performance, it's not measuring how many people have seen my ads or how many traffics have I sent to your website. It's performance that is impacting business result, business outcome. Now, with all this booming of freelancers or a lot more other agencies, one big problem that we see here is the ad fraud. So a lot of clients don't see the connection between this. The problem is with more and more people in the market, more and more people bidding on within that same environment, it creates a lot more issues. We have received more ad fraud report from clients compared to the past, many years they have worked in this industry. How, there are clients saying that, you're spending my money, but you're not, you're just putting my ads
You're not
everywhere.
delivering the results.
Yeah, right. So we get that. We also get, for example, you have spent a certain amount of money, but out of that, probably only 10% of those are valid. Right? I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with for example, Facebook lead gen. Most of the experience is that Facebook lead gen doesn't deliver you quality leads. It will only give you quantity, right? So we have a lot of issue with that. There's a lot of ad frauds happening. There's a lot of bots, going around. Now, forecasting post-pandemic, right? I think one very key thing is about clients, brands owning their data, right? Post-pandemic means looking into the future, right? A lot of us are already preparing for a cookieless world. We rely on Chrome a lot. We rely on cookies. All of us does. So I think in this sense, especially in the advertising world, it became even more important how brands need to start owning their data. And this is not something that a lot of brands are doing. It's either they're not doing it right or they're not doing it enough. They have a lot of data, but they don't know where is the data, how to use it. So if you look at, even just a future marketing or agency of the future, just talking about what Mason has mentioned, you have VR, you have blockchain, you have so many technologies out there. It's just how do you then tie all of this together? You have your own data that you can harvest. So that's also something that brands really need to look into.
Yeah, like blockchain will always help you in delivering your ads and content to the right people to get the right click and not a bot clicks. All right. So one more thing I wanted to speak on, as Noha, you said that collaborating is very better to outsource the projects or to insource the project based on the language barriers there could be if you see getting the project demographically. So could you put some more focus on that one?
So for me, and as I mentioned before, I needed to work with different like hotels because I was in the regional office of Hyatt, so I looked after the Middle East and Africa, and we needed to have a lot of collaborations based on language and based on so many things. So it was very challenging to get one agency that would fit all because you just can't. And again, that takes us back to the point that people think that agency people are magicians. So how to mix and match so you can work and provide more opportunities, and how you can make sure that when you work with different people, just don't think about any boxes. There's no way for you to think outside of the box. Let's just remove all the boxes. There are no boxes. Boxing, like having a box, is labeling something. Just try to figure out what's the best of your interest. I'm a believer that you need to have a connection with your brand, with your agency, with your client. You need to have trust, because once you have that, you will know that they have your best interest. So it's all about interviewing the right people, working with the right agencies, trying to figure out what will work for you, and don't go for what you know or what you believed in for the longest period of time. Just have the interview of the agency as if you're actually interviewing your team member. Not just like, okay, this is the company profile, I'm just gonna go for that, and that's what I'm gonna get, and then you expect a lot without letting them know what you expect from them.
So it means that we have to be flexible to work with everyone.
If anything that we learn from being at home for I don't know how many months, it depends on where you are in the world, flexibility is key. Really think outside of the box. Don't even see the box. Just see people for who they are and what they can provide. And like once you do that, again, we were listening to the panel discussion about invest in people, not projects. The second you stop thinking about a brand, that it's a brand, the second you stop thinking about an agency, that it's an agency, and you take it from a human element, you will see results. Because at the end of the day, you're marketing to people, you're working with people, you want people to connect together, and you want people to see the best in people. Because at the end of the day, the best brands that have the best approach in marketing, they work with people and human element. It's all about like the emotional intelligence. It's all about how you're gonna see beyond the logo, how you're gonna see beyond any of the things that we used to believe in when working with agency, which is just deliverables in terms of certain numbers and so on. There is a lot more to it than just that report that you're gonna get by the end of the month. There is, how do they care about you? How do they provide collaborations? How do they provide like different things that will get you to go and move forward? How would they advise you about fraud? How would they advise you that this is not the right approach? Like investing in your data, like back in the day, it was like, no, like let us help you get our own data into the picture. I always believe that you need to invest in your own house, your own space, your own brand. And the best thing you could do is get your own data, work on it. There are so many ways that you could do that. It's not easy, but you can do it, and this will help you grow and will help you connect with the right target audience.
Correct. Thank you, Noha. And going to the last question to Mr. Mason, how new technology can be used for marketing needs?
Oh, well, let me tell you, 3-4 years back, if you were traveling abroad, you had to cancel meetings or postpone them. And then the pandemic happened. We learned how to see our families online and how to visit our friends online. And internet became the thing, and conferencing became the thing. And from there, we started taking the opportunity of what about business? Let's do that in business too. So it started with, let's have an online meeting, let's do a Zoom meeting, Google Hangouts. And from there, we started expanding. What about a virtual conference? What about a virtual event? And now we even have virtual tours. Like that was something, I think it was in the hospitality industry only. Only hotels and resorts used to do that, where you have a virtual tour to see the place
Correct.
before you travel to it. Now even clinics do that. Small grocery shops do that, because people are not willing to go down to the shop and start buying. They're willing to do it online. Online sales, I think it increased almost 700, 800% post-pandemic, and everybody's moving towards the digital side. So again, even the conferences, the virtual tours, everything is moving towards that side. Metaverse, very short, we're going to be living in a virtual world.
Right.
And technology is having a very big step right now, and it's affecting marketing in a huge way.
True. And the same question goes to Ms. Winnie. How new technology can be used for marketing needs?
I think just building on what Mazen has shared, one thing that I would really want to focus on is how, especially in the e-commerce space, how that has shaped. If you look at globally, or even just Southeast Asia, across the sites that generally your people visit, you will see a top 5 being Shopee, Lazada, you have your carousel, all the e-com site. And those are all 3 figures kind of percentage increase. And why I say e-com is because that's exactly like what Mason has mentioned, right? Now you just have to sit at home and everything gets delivered to you. If you look at the retail industry, for example, you used to go to the shop to try on your clothes, and you purchase, right? Now, you browse online first, you check for sizes. Perhaps in your country, the shops are already
Try the size
open.
virtually.
Yeah, but you will still go to the shop, but you won't buy at the shop. You're just going there to see if what you have found on the app or on website is available in the shop or not. Now you go to the shop and you browse and you don't see anything, or if you see something and you won't purchase there, you will walk out the shop and you will purchase online. You will purchase in app, right? Because of all sorts of promos that you can get it delivered to you. And that is how people shop now. At least in my country, I'm from Malaysia, by the way, we see a lot of shift in that. You know, when you talk about property, there isn't virtual viewing of your property before this, right? And right now it's all virtual viewing of properties. So that has really shifted in terms of how technology impact marketing generally. It has been impacting marketing all this while. It's more so in the past 2 years, and now that people are, a lot of people are really getting on this ship. It's really about building that gap of how do we use this available technology to help build business outcome. There is a gap because a lot of people are just, there are a bunch of people, there are people who really knows how to do it, but there are also people who want to do it because they want to do it, because everybody else is doing it. Yeah.
Right.
I think the real challenge is to become physical in the virtual world.
Yeah.
Because now it's from medicine to food to furniture to you name it. I even have personal trainers do their online training.
Yeah.
So it's becoming physically present in the virtual world is the key.
I mean, I run a virtual marketing consultancy with old school clients like hotels, fashion brands, and in the beginning, they did not comprehend what I'm doing. And they're like, no, come for a meeting. I was like, okay, pay the flight ticket, I'm coming. Like, stay there. Let's just like have a Zoom meeting. And eventually they got used to it, and eventually it's like, yeah, no, it's fine now. Like, just come for certain meetings when it's really necessary. Because they realize that money that they will save from flying me in, they could utilize for the budget. And it's okay, and they are okay with it. And now they're just like, okay, I'm between Zanzibar and Dubai, so they come visit me in Zanzibar and mix holiday and a meeting. So like, they are changing. It's taken a little bit of time, but it's happening slowly.
Okay. So yeah, definitely people are shifting to a virtual world right now. Since post-pandemic, if you have seen, the training started, people started conducting the training online. The schools, even they came online, the technology advanced, and people also started adopting the new technology. Also, the technology that has been used, not to mean a technology, the tool or something that has been used nowadays could not be used in the future as well. Since there will be multiple competitions in developing a tools. So with this, I believe that technology or I would say boom in the agency doesn't matter if you provide the quality. What the client's desire is to get the leads or to generate his business. For his business, if you are giving a right amount of time, you are engaging with the right, engaging with the client to his pain point, to his bottom of the point, and giving him the results, what he desires, then and then only that client will come back to you and you can get a business for a long term. So apart from that, I would like to thank you to Noha, Vinny, and Mason for being the panel discussions over here. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists. Do we have any questions from the audience at this time? Any questions at all? Yeah, over at the back. Do you want to grab a microphone and run? Stick your hand up again so you can see you.
Hi, firstly, amazing panel. I have a question for Noah because I really loved everything that you mentioned. One thing I wanted to understand, since you're dealing with so many clients and you're dealing with agencies as well, how do you tackle with clients who say, I don't have the budget for this, I would love for you to do this? Like, just an understanding of, okay, I want to work with you and we can grow together. That's the typical, what I get to hear a lot of times. How do you tackle with people? Because initially you also want to make sure that you get business somewhere, if not entirely. So how do you tackle with such people?
I'm going to give you a current example that I have. I have a client that would want to launch her wellness programs online, and her budget is tight. I never compromise quality. So I told her, I have new agencies that are aspiring to grow. So this is how we're going to do it. We're going to divide the task into parts. So you want to have your online store, your online program, your widgets and everything. We're going to divide it into tasks. We'll start with the branding, and then you do she's currently doing what she's doing. She's giving the classes, she's training, she's making money, she's earning money. So we're going to divide it over a period of time so we don't compromise the quality. So we're starting with the branding. Once this is done and you see the impact, because the thing about clients, once you understand what success means to them, you will understand how to speak their language. So for her, she just wanted to see her branding. She wanted to see an identity. She is an influencer in Kuwait, so she has the followership, but she does not have an identity. So for her, just getting her that nice contract. So for this, I did not compromise the quality. I went for an agency in Egypt. So the best of their field, they do great work there, but they are not charging the same prices of an agency in Kuwait. Not that there is anything wrong with that. I understand it is very expensive to run a business in this part of the world. But at the same time, there is nothing wrong with connecting clients with different parts of the world that could also deliver the same quality of the job. So now they are working on the branding. Now she's doing whatever she was doing already. Once this is done, we're going to start the project with the website, and so on. So it's all about divide and conquer, because I was that client. I had small budget, but I couldn't do everything, so I had to pick my fights. I had to choose what I'm gonna do at this point. So it's not about putting everything all at the same time. You can get budget, but you're not gonna get the budget for everything, so you have to pick what you're gonna go for first in order for you to reach the goal. And I come from a financial background, so I studied to be a banker, and I thought it was a little bit boring. My creative side was let's go for marketing. My mom was not very happy, I tell you. So, and then I moved to hotels, and hotels, they don't necessarily have the biggest budgets. So I was always fighting the system to get the budget. So I had to pick I had to figure out what I'm gonna do. So it's all about figuring out your plan, figuring out what you wanna achieve on the long term, and just start small until you reach your goal. And this is something that I often see with clients. They go to the agency have certain, rules and certain budgets, and I understand where you're coming from, but the agency cannot just sit with the client and be like, okay, listen, let's just divide it in this. I do this for my client because I understand where the agency is coming from. I understand where my client is coming from. It requires a lot of time and effort, and most of the time I don't feel like I'm doing marketing anymore. I'm like a project manager. But it works, and I see the results, and the excitement that I see on my clients' spaces, it's priceless. So that's like a way that I approach the topic.
And one more thing, to add to what Noah just said, being like an agency, being flexible is another key. Because right now, especially post-pandemic, we're getting requests like we have a website that is developed in India, and we need someone to do the content in Egypt. Before the COVID, we used to reject such projects. Either we do it or we don't. Right now, you have to be flexible enough to collaborate with people, because there are certain tasks out there that you can actually make money off, and you can do business with, and you can grow into bigger success stories while doing just small tasks or finishing up some other people's work.
Any other questions? Yep. Just hand over.
First of all, thank you for the amazing discussion. Very, very, very insightful panel. The question is for Mazen, since we both come from the same country. I would like to pick your mind on how do you deal with clients who you have achieved with great success over a span of a year, let's say. However, throughout that year, they've got numerous pitches from several agencies, and we all know that during pitches, everyone promises the moon. But when it comes to delivering, that's when the real talk starts. So how do you deal with clients who, after you have achieved with great success, decides to end the contract because they just found another option that's going to be way cheaper than yours without actually trying the service?
Okay, the problem is going there. If this happens, there's no solution. Just let them try it out. The thing is, or the key for us to retain our clients is we always educate our clients on what's happening and the changes that happen, because the normal thing that we always hear in Egypt. I used to do an ad for $100 and it used to get me this much leads. Now I'm spending $200, I'm not getting half the leads. You're not doing the job properly. Teach them about the algorithms, teach them about the updates that's happening in the market, tell them how the market is evolving, and keep them part of your network. This is the main topic of, or the main idea of iNetwork, our company, is having a big network of success partners. The more you have, the better the relationship with your client, the more they see you as part of their business, not just someone that is offering a service for a retainer fee, the more they would stick to you, even though they're getting deals and they're getting offers every day. Actually, right now, some of my clients send me the offers that they get, and they ask me how to answer it back, because they don't want to look bad, and they just want to reject it in a proper way. So we give them the technical support, we give them the education, and keep them within the loop as much as possible, because again, the psychology part is really important. At the end of the day, agency or client, we're all humans. You're connecting with a human being at the other end of the road, whether it's a CEO, a CMO, a marketing executive, you name it, but he's a human being and he has feelings. And if he belongs or he feels that you're part of his system, he'll definitely not walk away from you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience?
Thank you for the great discussion. I would like to circle back to the point that you shared about being flexible. So something that as an agency owner I have noticed, especially after COVID, is that we have to keep pivoting as with the latest, platforms, the latest trends or latest strategies that may be in line or that may benefit our clients. So I would like to have an understanding of how maybe the three of you in your own businesses ensure that you are always at the top of the game and able to apply the latest updates in the marketing industry to your own businesses, whether it's for agency or for the client side.
Part of it is learning about what's new and studying, but this is not how we do business. In my point of view, it's the younger generations. It's your assets. The main asset for any agency is the staff. Those are the people. We have a lot of younger generations working with us, fresh grads, part-timers within the university. They have a lot of knowledge about the new platforms, about what's trendy and what's coming up. And they're the most people that they actually deliver results in those platforms. So if you can get them, give them the proper education and talents and like science itself, using their talents, they can achieve your goals and your client goals. So I believe the main part is the team, or as we call them, the tribe.
Oh, that's very interesting. If I could just have one more follow-up question to that. So I do agree that the team is very important. And another trend that I'm noticing is people are seemingly staying a shorter and shorter period of time in a particular job, especially in an agency. And a lot of them are seeking alternative employment options. They don't want to be in a full-time job. They want to be a TikToker, and then on the side, they're just doing this as a gig. So how maybe the three of you, or how are you adjusting to this new way of employing or working or co-creating with the new generation of employees that we now have?
We're making the office more fun.
Oh,
Just put
I'm not
PlayStations
sure
there, just give them time, flexible hours, they'll stay there, they're not gonna go anywhere. Order food, it's a fun place. The more fun the office is, we actually live in our offices. We see our colleagues more than we see our families. So the more fun the office is and the more cozy they are, the more creative they can get. And just let them be. If they want to be a TikToker on the side, fine. They can do that in the office if they want.
I think just adding to Mazen's point as well, I understand your pain of, we see a lot of people, they stay in a company for like a year, they say, oh, that's too much already, I need to shift job. I want to become a TikToker, and then, so I have been struggling to find people because I didn't know that we need to connect at a certain level. The salary is fine, the job scope is fine, he likes the culture, but they can't connect with the company. So it's really more of the culture of the team. Because I can tell you that everybody, if you're in the same industry, everyone will offer you the same thing. In terms of skills, in terms of platforms that you're going to learn, they're going to tell you they'll learn a lot of stuff, of course. The only thing competitive is the salary, but if you can match the salary, then what else? So it's really the culture, and I'm a strong believer in, building that culture, because it's the core of the team, core of, really building a strong team. It's really how you bond with each other, and that is something that people can't find anywhere else, yeah, so that's.
I'm not a TikToker or a youngster, but I'm not a morning person. And I was lucky with my previous bosses that they knew that I am on autopilot up until 10:30. So they allowed me the freedom to not push myself in a domain that I'm not good at. So all of my important meetings where I needed to use my brain cells happen after 10:30. And they were okay with it because they've seen post that hour, I was giving more. While when I had a meeting that was like 9 or 8, I am physically there, but not really mentally. So they allowed me the freedom, they allowed me like the opportunity to be myself, and they understood that it's okay. It was like, and again, I worked in hotels, they are really iffy. So it took them some time. I was criticized sometimes, like some of my bosses were criticized, but eventually they introduced flexible hours, and they were like, you know what? Let people be who they really are. Clearly, like if you're the front office manager and you need to be there in the morning shift, that's not gonna apply. But if you're in the back of the house and you can come a little bit later because you can stay longer and you have an event, just allow flexibility. Flexibility goes to everything. It's not just like which contract you're gonna take. It goes to how are you gonna let your teams thrive? How are you gonna let them be themselves so they can excel? I work with virtual teams, right? So they are in all over the place, different timings. So I cannot be like, it's gonna be 9 to 5. 9 to 5, I work with people like in India, but then I also work with people in South Africa, but then people are here. So my go-to is, there is a deadline. You're gonna choose your deadline. You're gonna deliver. If you're gonna commit to that deadline and you don't deliver, this is when we're gonna have a problem. You're gonna work in the day. You wanna work at 9. You wanna work on the weekend. What's the weekend? In Dubai now, Saturday, Sunday. I'm still confused about that. But most of the Arab world, it's Friday, Saturday. So let's just get really out of like these labeling approaches for everything and just be proper, flexible, and have trust and faith in the people that we work with. Because the second you trust them, they will give you, because they will feel safe. There's no scare of like, if I don't do this, then they will let me go. Or like, look, we've already traumatized people enough with the pandemic. Everybody's walking on eggshells. Oh my God, do I have my job? When I was made redundant, I was actually relieved. I was like, okay, I know where I'm going. I'm gonna figure out, I'm gonna have like some time off and figure out what I'm gonna do. All my colleagues that kept their jobs, they were like, maybe I'm next, but maybe they fired everyone already. Maybe not. Let people be. And then when you let them, they will give you the best. And you will find the few ones that will not give you the best, but now you know. And then either guide them, groom them, or, you know, nothing lasts forever. It's like, thank you, it's been lovely, but we have a different approach. But just be fair when you let them go.
Yeah, I think we can sum that up in a phrase. Happy staff are productive staff. It's as simple as that. You cannot be creative if you're sat in four walls.
It's not really a happy
24/7.
wife, happy
you can't.
life.
If you
It's
have a
happy
creative
everything.
brain, you've got to get out. You've got to work in different environments. It's crazy. So brilliant panel discussion. Thanks, guys. Amazing stuff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to chip in as well. Freelance does not mean we work for free, and stop asking for COVID discounts. Drives me crazy, honestly. Thank you, guys. Amazing stuff. Our next speaker session is a very interesting one, and it's on the topic of putting the social back into social media, how to create a digital community and keep the conversation going. And to share with us her success secrets and thoughts of building a powerful online communities, we have with us Kat Horsley, who is the founder and CEO of Chai Digital. Chai Digital is a digital marketing agency for companies and public figures who want to lead in their industry by disrupting the social media world. Kat, if you'd like to come up, please.
Hello. Ready? Hi guys. Well, actually, off the back of that panel, it gave me so much to think about, because I was going to come and speak today about how we put the social back in communities with our clients and with the communities that we have for our companies. But I realized actually a lot of it is the communities that we have within our companies as well, and with our agencies. And especially since the pandemic, everyone's been working from home or working remotely, hybrid, however you have it set up in your office. It's not that regular 9 to 5 that you used to have, where everyone used to come into the office at the same time, everyone used to leave at the same time. You had those water cooler moments. You had those opportunities to connect. You had to go for drinks after work or go for socials. There was that community to it. And that's not happening now. So we have to, as agency leaders, I recognize that most of the people in this room have agencies, have their own businesses doing marketing, that it's really something to think about of how, as we go through today, as I said, I'd planned it for building communities for your clients, but actually how we can build those internal communities as well. So, where am I clicking? There we go. Okay, so for the longest time, and also a lot of the panels that we've been discussing today, everyone's been talking about Web 2.0, Web 3.0, however long all of these web versions, however long they develop, people will still always be people. No matter how, even when we're out of space, if we're in the metaverse, everyone's living completely virtually, no one ever sees anyone at all ever again, we're all still going to be people. And that's something I've really loved today. One of the first panels, one of the first events that I've been back in person, and actually being able to see people face to face, and now especially without masks, and being able to stand shoulder to shoulder and to discuss ideas, it's a completely different experience. And this is from someone that loves digital communities. I've been growing them for years and years, but there's a different vibe in the room. So how do we transfer that buzz that we get from seeing people face to face? How do we transfer that online and make sure that these communities that we're building, and that people realize, and especially business owners, a lot of people have said today that since the pandemic, their businesses have changed, or that digital has increased in their company. Because so many companies, that was the only way that they could reach their customers since the pandemic. They didn't have a storefront. The brick and mortar shops were all empty. They couldn't go and do a promotion out in the street and give out flyers or speak to people. There was no way that they could reach people except for online. And lots of companies before, you'd speak to them about digital marketing, about having a website, about having social media, about blogging, I don't know, all of these things, and they'd say, oh, it's not for me. No, we don't need that. Like, we speak to our customers face to face, it's fine. But as soon as COVID hit, they realized that, whoa, they were behind. And actually, our clients that did the best were those who had invested in digital. And one of our clients, actually, that has been our longest running client, that they're based here in the Middle East. And they're a mental health and well-being center. And overnight, even though they used to see all of their clients face to face, and they used to do loads of events, they used to be out doing talks everywhere, overnight they were able to shift their business without skipping a beat because they'd invested in digital. They had their website set up, they had their events. Thanks to Zoom, they were able to move all of their talks online. They were able to do all their sessions online, but they had all the internal infrastructure and all the social media and ads and everything set up to be able to promote everything that they do. So it was amazing to see, and it's super important. So I want to speak today about how do you make this happen? And especially now, because clients are waking up to wanting to have these digital communities, because they're wanting to have these digital communities, and they're saying to you, make me a digital community. Make me a community. And you're like, okay, let me try and solve this. Like, how am I going to do that? And there's a rush to try and do it overnight. So you tell the client, yeah, sure. Or they want to be on social media. And they don't know what platform they want to be on. They just want to be on somewhere. They want to be active. They want to be busy. But where do you start? So this is what I'm going to speak to you about today. As I mentioned, I've been working in digital marketing for about 10 years, running an agency, Chai Digital. As a team, we've been working together and seeing the developments in the space in these 10 years, I'm sure as all of you guys know, has been insane and continues to expand every single day. It's funny now, actually, like when I first started social media, I was a millennial, young, working on all these platforms, knowing all the latest tips and tricks, and now we're looking to the younger staff within our team coming in to train up. And that's another thing I was saying about communities internally, and someone mentioned it earlier, it's not just top down. It's bottom up as well, like how can we all be learning from each other? And it's super important in this age because things are changing so fast. So today I want to speak about 4 things. So today with the communities, these are the main reasons that people normally want a community. And it's usually this that they think about before they think about why they really, really want a community. They just think, oh, I want this, I want customer support. I don't want to do customer support anymore, it's getting too big, there's too many people asking me questions, let me build a community and they can all answer each other's questions. So this is a reason that they want a community. Secondly, people have become so detached from their customers because now they can't go out and see them physically. Well, now it's starting to get back a little bit. But they have lost touch with their customers. What are my customers really feeling? Do they like this? Do they not like this? Are they looking for something different? What are they looking for in the future? So they want to understand, as we said, the energy in the room, and how do you understand that energy if you're not actually in the room? Thirdly, they want to deepen the brand recognition. Companies, even I think the most grassroots of companies, they need their brand to be understood. To make an impact, people have to know who you are, and having a community that knows your brand and is loyal to your brand is huge for your revenue and your bottom line. And so that's number 4 of the goal, is increasing revenues. And now some people, they do this authentically. Some businesses, they do this authentically, that they want to be able to provide to their community, and in return, that they'll get the investment from their community. There's that real exchange of value. And other businesses are not so organic, that they just want to kind of feed off their community. But whatever your reason is, it's still one of those goals. Okay, so once you've figured out like what is your reason, this is when it all gets very confusing. And we've been discussing today like all the different platforms that you can use to achieve these goals, and you get overwhelmed. You're thinking, is it Twitter, is it TikTok, is it Instagram? There's even communities now on WhatsApp. You've got like Discord and Mashable and Twitch, which is apparently actually giving young kids Twitches now. But these are all huge communities. And where do you start? And how do you know which one to pick? Because it's a huge investment to build a community. So you better be on point before you begin. Even Slack. The amount of communities that I'm seeing growing up on Slack now, and they are phenomenal communities, like super, super engaged. So when we speak about social media now, it's not just about Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or these big ones, or even TikTok's coming up for the millennials. It's so much broader than that. But you really have to think about what your purpose is to begin with. So as I'll always say, and I know it's something that will go down in the test of time, but people will always buy from people. I know it's cliche, but it's so true. And it's making me laugh actually earlier, like us all being back here in person. Because so often when I speak to people about, well, when people come to me actually and ask about digital communities, and there's a fear that's in their eye the moment they start thinking about making a digital community or even networking online. When they think about like on LinkedIn, they're like, well, how do I speak to people? And if someone comments on my post, like how do I reply to them? And especially if they're not very nice, like how do I reply to them? What do I say? Or everyone knows on LinkedIn the annoying sales messages that you get from people. And that they send you this like cold call email or message that's like, hi, I'd love to know more about your business, we should connect. And just imagine if today like someone ran up to you in the corridor and before even introducing themselves, like, yeah, I want to know more about your business, let's go and sit for an hour meeting. And you'd be like, who are you? Like, no, you would not speak to them, and probably if you saw them again, you would just ghost them slightly and just carry on walking, because it's not authentic. But we all know as normal people that we wouldn't do that in a face-to-face environment. But for some reason, when people are online, they think this is fine behavior, and because not necessarily someone can see your face, they think that they can do this. We think that we can send like spammy messages and that people are actually going to engage and they're going to buy from you. And they might do in the short term, but in a long-term strategy, it's not one that's sustainable. And this is also something with ads, with paid advertising and lead generation. For us as an agency, we always start on growing an organic following first, an organic community, and then we use paid ads to scale that community. Because if you just start with paid ads and you just put all your money into paid ads, the moment you stop, it's going to stop. You're not really building anything. Like, okay, you might have a nice revenue stream, but as the panel was mentioning before, as ads start getting more expensive and the amount of leads that you get drops, then you're stuck. You've kind of like pushed all this money into something, but then what have you built? So it's really, really important to think through this strategy. So by the end of my talk, my session, I want you to be able to identify your community goals. Why are you building this community? And if it's not you, your client, asking them, why are you building this community? What do you really want it for? Prioritizing those goals. As we say with clients, like managing your expectations, lining all those things, because clients, as we've been saying today as well, that they expect that things are going to happen in a snap. That you can just magically build a community, or it's going to take like 6 months to build a community and it's going to be rocky and everyone's going to be engaging. It's not the case. Number 3, build a community roadmap. So you cannot build a community by one person. And even if you know from building communities in face-to-face, it takes a long time building those societies, building that trust, building that respect, and showing up consistently. So how are you going to do this? How are you going to reach these goals? What's the roadmap? And who else needs to be involved, and letting them know where they come in. And lastly, turning your goals into behaviors. So many of us will identify goals like we want to, for example, increase revenue. Well, what does that look like as a behavior from someone in your community? What behaviors do you want them to show to ensure that you're going to reach on your roadmap to reach these goals? How do you know when it's working? So, number 1, identify your community goals. And there are a lot of goals that you could be looking at. Attracting new customers or new revenue streams, reducing costs, learning about what your customer wants and needs, increasing efficiency of internal teams, so this is what we were saying about inside communities, increasing customer loyalty and satisfaction. There's so many different reasons that you could be building this community, and maybe all of them, but all of these need to be addressed individually inside of your roadmap. Prioritizing your goals. So once you've said, oh, I want this, like a kid in a candy store, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this, well, what comes first? Because you can't achieve it all at once. So maybe you are the boss sitting in this room, but otherwise, so what do you want, or what's best for the client? What's best for the client, what's best for your company, and what's the smallest thing that you can do to have the biggest effect? We always say in social media about vanity metrics, that we want this just because it looks good. But what is actually going to have the best effect on your bottom line or achieve that goal for you? And then which one's the easiest problem to solve? Sometimes these are the best just to tick these off before you begin. So once you've had a look at these, you can start putting them into a roadmap. And yes, that is 5 years over there, because as I said, communities do take a long, long time of consistent action and effort to build proper ones. So you can see here in like the first year, so you can have a goal to resolve 25% of customer support questions via the community. Because first you need to figure out who it is in your community what questions do they have? Do you have the staff to resolve these questions? Do you need to make like a FAQ section for them? Do you need to educate the people in your community? Do you need to have community leaders, community champions that you can start within the community to start educating so then they can start resolving those questions themselves? Generate 30 great testimonials. One of the best things about having a community is to be able to get, from the company's side, is to be able to get testimonials from that community. So often if we send a link to one of our clients or customers and we ask them for a testimonial, they won't reply. But if you put it inside a community, they feel pride. They feel as part of the community that they want to support that community and to feed back. And then, so one of the last ones for the short term is to post 10 approved case studies. So again, the feedback that you get from your community, how they've been enjoying your product. What have they been enjoying your product for? What have they been using it for? What are they saying about it? And so all these things you can get from your community. And then, so that's from 0 to 1 year. And then for the second year, you look after the same goals, but you just amp them up. So you want to get 50% of customer support questions in your second year, 50 great testimonials, 30 approved case studies. So you just increase on that goal, and then you add more. So now that you have all this great customer support questions, then you can start building a great knowledge base of your customer's best advice. And this is the amount of value that this adds to your company or to your customer is incredible, that if a new potential customer comes along and they see the community and they see all of these people having this conversation about your industry, your niche, and your product or your company, wow, it speaks loads. Lastly, validate our engineering priorities. So, especially for SaaS companies, if you're a software company, there are issues that you're trying to build a software, there are issues happening all the time within the product, and you have a community that's loyal to you, that is willing to give that feedback and to let you know when things could be better. So this is for 2 years, and then onto 5 years, you have those same goals, but then at the end, you can add test marketing and PR copy. So if you have some champion people within your community, you can actually reach out to them. One of the platforms that we use, they actually just reached out to us to ask us to use beta mode, and they're like a big, big company, and they asked us to do beta testing for them. And so that makes us feel as an agency special that one, we use their product enough, and they see us as a loyal customer. And bizarrely enough, they makes us want to use their product more because they see us as a loyal customer, and it's that connection, that human connection. So yeah, testing, marketing, and PR copy, your community will actually love you for it. And embed community participation into the employee's training process. So this is something, when we said as well about, it's not just external communities, but internal communities. And then it's also getting ownership from those people that work for you for the community. So often, and I'm sure you guys can relate to this with marketing, that people see the marketing department as some like satellite entity that they take care of doing all their marketing things, and we don't need to get involved. And I know this because there's so many arguments that happen between like sales and marketing. Oh, that's not my job, that's not our department's role, that's marketing's role, no, that's sales' role, that's marketing. And as a working in big companies, doing the social media previously before I started Chai, I used to work for Heineken, for example. And Heineken's like a huge international company, but the way that they saw the social media element was just like, oh, give that to Kat. She does the social media. And social media is supposed to represent the entirety of the company, the entirety of their brand, everything that you stand for. It's not just some satellite, put a pretty post on social media and that will do it. So having a community is a great way to also get your employees involved with your company's mission and where you're going. And lastly, turning your goals into behaviors. So for example, if we take a goal of increased customer satisfaction, what does that mean? How do we know if they're satisfied right now? What does them being satisfied look like? How do we know if they're 20% satisfied, 80% satisfied? How do we know? So we need a way to be able to measure these things, and especially in a community. And if you have people managing the community and to measuring these things, you need to give them a metric to measure it by, because they're dealing with it. Because, for example, for me, as the owner of an agency, we have so many communities that we're building, and it's impossible for me to be there every single day looking at all the comments that are written on these feeds and spotting all this stuff. So you have to put a framework in place for the people that are doing that to be able to know and to flag things if things are going a bit awry, and so they can say to you, hey, come and have a look at this, I'm not quite sure this is the direction we're supposed to be going in. So these are the behaviors that you're looking for if you want to increase customer satisfaction. One, people asking product questions and getting quick feedback. So, as I said, our agency, it's not to plug agency, it's just because we focus a lot on community. This is like at the core of what we do. We make sure that all comments are replied to within 2 to 5 minutes. And all messages are replied to within 10 to 15 minutes. Because customers want to know that you're there and you're listening. If you're going to invite people to your house, you can't just invite them into your house and then leave them sitting in the living room. You've actually got to come downstairs and start speaking to them and engaging with them. So there's got to be someone there to do it. So when you know that people are asking questions, you have to be there with a quick reply, give them the answer so they know they're in the right place. When customers start reading information about the products, the product superiority. So this is, if you have a good community, they start leaving reviews or testimonials. One of our clients, they have, when we first started working with them, they had 0 Google reviews. And from us just building a community and not doing anything else, we weren't really pushing their Google reviews in any special way. And suddenly they have 2,000 Google reviews. And it's purely from inside the community that we've kind of ignited this love for the company within the community, and then people want to actually say something about it, and they've gone to Google to go and do it. And then people from the outside, potential customers, when they start reading information about the product's superiority, they see these reviews online. And so then you start to know, wow, okay, customers are being satisfied here. Reading advice on getting more from the product. So this is when your customer actually cares enough to give you that feedback. And again, being there to see that feedback. If it's not so great, don't take it as a personal attack. Speak to that customer. What can we do better? And really take it seriously. Do what they're asking. See how you can achieve what they want, because that's the future of your product. If you just kind of say, they're annoying, just ignore them, it doesn't matter, you're going to lose your community, and if you don't have people buying your product, then that's the end of your product. People using the product and service with friends. This is also with social media. One of the things I love with social is how you can get people to share about your brand and product, and again with employees, getting them to do that. So the more that people love your product, the more they're going to share about it. But again, making sure you listen to their feedback so that they really do enjoy their product. And lastly, earning points of status that make switching difficult. So I was thinking about this the other day with Emirates when I was booking my flight because I was outside of Dubai. And there was a flight that was much, much cheaper. And I was thinking, do I book this flight that's much, much cheaper, like nearly half the price? Or do I stay true to Emirates because I have my loyalty program with them and possibly I'll get a free flight? And I was thinking, like, wow, this is, like, strong. Because Emirates can be touch and go sometimes as well. Apologies to any Emirates people in the room, but the difference in the quality of what was being provided was not that much difference. So for me to want to choose the double the price option just so that I could get my loyalty points, like, wow, that was impressive to me. So these, again, I'm not going to go through each one of these individually because I think you're getting the points. But for like a second goal, like generating and identifying leads. So these were kind of the behaviors that you look through of what would show that people are actually achieving that goal. So that was pretty much, I didn't want to share too much today. I wanted to be able to give you something to think about. I didn't want to give you a list of like way too many things that you'd never remember. But now that digital is developing, and it's one of the key narratives that I've seen spoken about today, that digital is developing, and all of us are like kind of struggling with what does it all mean now? Like clients are saying, oh, I need to be online, but how do I interact with people online? Is it different? Like, oh my God, they're online. But it's like they're still people. And then digital companies are saying, okay, well, now we have all these new options. How do we deliver these results for clients in a meaningful way? And we're kind of all getting lost in the noise. One of the things I didn't include on here actually as one of the products was Clubhouse. Like how quickly did Clubhouse come and go that everyone was so excited, oh, I got an invitation, I've joined Clubhouse, and now not that many people are on it. So if we lose track of our strategy and why we're doing this and how this really matters and impacts our specific company, not just for the fandom, then we'll never build a successful community. And that was the key message that I wanted to leave you guys with today.
Thank you so much, Kat. And do we have any quick questions from the audience? Oh, dear. Literally, I've got time for probably 2 because we're over for the coffee break. It depends whether you want a coffee break or not. Can we send the mic over there, please? So we got a microphone for the audience?
Hi. Hi, Kat. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
I just wanted your opinion on a couple of points. You know, as brand owners, sometimes we get confused in terms of what kind of communities should we start. There could be decentralized communities where you don't, as a brand, control anything in that. There could be category-centric communities where you don't talk about your product, but you essentially focus on education and assisting people in terms of how can they do their business better, for instance. And third could be what you essentially talked about today, was product-centric communities, which are more transactional in nature. How do you differentiate between these three, and how would you recommend a brand to start with? Where should a brand start with? Thank you.
It's a very good question, and I think this is the key question. Where should you start? Start with the strategy, always. Start with the business objectives. Because one of the key things that people were saying today as well, like client always wants to see the ROI, that value for money. So what is the ROI for them? What is their business strategy, and how can you help them achieve that? What kind of community is going to help them achieve that? And that's another thing so why you put a roadmap in place, because so many companies, they start straight away and just jump into, oh, I heard LinkedIn is good for business, so we should be on LinkedIn. Oh, I heard TikTok is really coming up now and it has more views than YouTube, so we should start there. So by doing this planning, this strategy process and getting all stakeholders involved as well, every member, by passing this by every single person that's within the company, and whoever's involved, all stakeholders, and getting them to read this and to sign off on it as well. With one of our clients, actually, they are a product company, they're a product-centric company, and for the longest time, before we came in, they'd been running their social media solely through the marketing department. And it is their sales department that was out there doing all the selling and speaking with all the customers and getting all the feedback and getting all the case studies and everything. And there had never been a conversation between the sales department and the social media, not department, but the social media team. And that was one of the things that we changed when we first came in, is to sit down with them and say, what is it that the customers need? What are the questions that you're hearing on the ground? How can people best serve this company? And so it's by having those conversations, putting those questions out there, putting a roadmap in place, getting all the stakeholders to verify it, and then you know that the strategy is right for you, and it will just be so clear to you that you'll realize, like, oh, Instagram is not the right place because none of our clients are on Instagram, or TikTok is not the right place because we can't film any video of our product, or we don't have any employees in the office that are willing to do a dance for us, or we can't crowdsource anyone doing dances. So, or like a myriad of things. I'm sure you get my point of, but you'll see, it will be very clear what kind of community you should build and where you should build it.
And let's take a question from the lady in white there, the last one. Please, very short question, short answer.
Thank you, Kat. Kat, just quickly, what's the minimum number of people you call a community? Because communities become a buzzword now, but what's the minimum that you start calling a community? And second thing I want to know is, do you technically outsource this, or do you always want to keep this in-house? Because why I say this is not every business owner or founder, considering a startup or so, potentially have the skills to really be on social media. Not everybody is that Generation Z. A lot of founders are 40, 45, 50-year-olds, right? So what do you call, so can you outsource it, and what do you suggest?
It's two very, very good questions. I'll try and answer them as shortly as possible. So number one, as a CEO of a digital marketing company, I sometimes quite often don't have time to post on my own social media. So it doesn't really matter how well you know what you're posting. The thing is that there's just so many tasks in the day as a management, in the C-suite, that you have to be focusing on, that unless you're like really super disciplined and can be pretty quick at it, then it's very difficult to run your own social media. And that's just for your personal social media. Forget about like the company social media. And so I would agree, outsourcing it is, for me, the most efficient way. Like, we have people in-house because this is what we do, and so we have clients, but it's still, to be honest, it's still not our main focus doing our own marketing. We're more concerned about our client stuff, because if you have a happy client, then that's obviously the growth of the business. So it's definitely, I would outsource it. And how big is a community? A community can even be 3 or 4 people, as long as it meets your needs and your goals. And that's, again, with the roadmap, as long as you know what it is that you want to achieve and what are the behaviors that that community is taking to know that you're achieving those goals, then if it's working for you, it's working for you. It doesn't need to be anyone else's measurements.
Super, thank you.
Thank you so much, Kat Horsley, founder and CEO of Chai Digital. Fantastic session. And we will have a very quick 10 to 15 minute coffee break, and then we will come back with another panel session, which is looking at the potential of AI in the marketing world. So if we can come back here in about 15 minutes' time, that'd be great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and great to have you all back. I hope we're all a little bit more caffeinated, all got some energy for the last part of Marketing 2.0 conference for day one. Let's kickstart this afternoon's round of sessions with a fantastic panel talking about the incredible potential of artificial intelligence. Our panelists will collaboratively look at its strengths, its latest advancements, and its varied applications in the marketing and advertising sectors. To moderate this panel, please welcome Crispin Reed, who is the Director of Strategy at Hunter Design. You've all got microphones on your seats, so feel free to take a seat and pick up a mic. So we also have Denise Edwards, Baziz Shuid, and Uraz Senturk, and Arindam Day. Welcome all our panelists, and I look forward to your discussion. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't like you all in a line there, so feel free to shuffle through in more of an arc so you can see one another.
Okay, we pre-prepared some questions, and I've promised to stick to them. But I've suddenly changed my mind, and I'm going to put 4 completely different questions in it. No, I'm not. I wouldn't be that cruel. So, to start with, please introduce yourself individually, and talk about how AI is impacting you, both directly or indirectly, and by that what I mean is professionally or personally. And we'll go ladies first.
Hello. Can everybody hear me? Awesome. So my name is Denise. I am the founder and CEO of SaaS Launch, Software as a Service. We help tech startups launch, scale, and get funded by VCs. And I've been in software, so my background has been in software. I've worked for companies like Oracle, like LinkedIn, doing enterprise sales. So acquisition, customer acquisition, client acquisition is something that is my forte. And I'm helping these startups as well with their customer acquisition. AI, well, I've been selling that at Oracle as well. It was a part of like the chatbot solution. And currently the startups that I work with also have some type of AI in their solution as well. I think AI is one of the things that is still in its infancy, and it's getting better and better as we progress. But I think it's something that is going to help us move forward when it comes to whatever you see as a forte. So if it's data, applied to data or applied to anything else, it's something that will help us move forward.
Uraz, how about you?
Hello again, everyone. Second time today. I'm Uraz Şentürk, owner of Design Lab Advertising and Level Istanbul, digital marketing agencies located in Cyprus and Turkey. And I believe that AI is changing the way we are actually approaching the subjects. Because now we have more tools that can be used to develop strategies, and also we have more availability of data that can be judged and make assumptions of. So I believe that we made a huge progress in the last 3 years in regarding of using the AI, and I believe that in the coming years it's going to develop more, and we need to keep us updated with the technology all the time. So education is also going to be an important part for agencies in the coming futures.
Arindam.
Hey, my name is Arindam Day, founder of Biz Anecdotes. We're based out of India, and we're a B2B marketing firm. And especially, when it comes to AI or machine learning or MarTech, in B2B space pre-COVID, so 70% of marketing mix used to be spent on face-to-face or events. But pandemic basically taught all of us that we have to rely more on the digital because the environment is very fluid in nature. So in that scenarios that AI or AdTech or MarTech definitely going to help the B2B marketer mainly to drive the business goal that they were trying to achieve for their organization.
And last but not least, Badis.
Hello everyone, my name is Badis. Basically I'm a computer engineer, so I have a technical background. Currently, I'm the co-founder and CEO of a digital agency in my hometown in my country, Tunisia. Besides that, I'm the digital marketing officer of another company that I co-founded also. So it's a technological company called Axitree. In both companies, we implement and we use AI. So I've had a little bit of history with AI since college, I would say. So we've been implementing AI algorithms, predictive marketing, and all that stuff. So basically, I'll try to share my experience with AI with all of you today and answer if there are any questions after that.
Thank you. So you've all nicely done the professional piece and the professional perspective, but what about from a personal point of view? Imagine for a moment you don't do the jobs you do now. You're in a completely different field that doesn't bring you in touch with AI from a marketing perspective. How do you feel as individuals about what's going on with AI? Let's say tracking your personal data, for example. Arindam.
So AI, and if if you don't relate with my professional, the way that we're using that, as a user, that the way Amazon or any e-com player, they're using data, or even to some extent the and all. So they're day in and day out, they're capturing the data, and therefore we can see the lots of security measures also being given in place, that how they can secure the data that we are sharing online. So what I feel that definitely there are going to be some